Hey there, NPCs, and welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Triz, and today we'll be chatting with professional artist Kathleen Hardy. We have a fantastic giveaway of a copy of Shadowrun Body Shop, the core augmentation rulebook for Shadowrun 6 World. Type NPC in the chat for your free entry to win, and the drawing will be done at the end of tonight's debut episode of Emerald Glitch Season 3. Hangovers are confusing. Coming up right after Rules of Cool. You can also get bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing. And in Rim Alternis news, get ready for Rift Zone Contact, a revolutionary wargame for everyone. Boosted Reality is melding reality with AR in their Rift Zone Contact mobile application, playable anywhere with nothing but minis and mobile devices. This seamless combo of app and minis simplifies miniature wargames, eliminating rules and calculations, and making them more accessible to everyone. Link down in the chat. And then we also have Kevin J. Anderson's short fiction library is now live on Kickstarter, which I do believe that ends tomorrow. This 7-volume set has 750,000 words of science fiction, fantasy, horror, and dark fantasy covering 50 years of his career. Learn about the project here, and that'll be down in the chat. Now, time to get into the conversation for this week, so stay tuned, NPCs. Hey there, everyone. Welcome back, and welcome back to you, Kathleen, or Kat, or Kathy, or however you'd like to go by.
I'm Kat. That's good.
Perfect. All right. Well, so I had a small hunch whenever I first saw your last name, but that has been confirmed right before this call. And I only feel the need to say this because that is my direct link now. You in everything that that I did research on, I am impressed that you were able to make sure that Jason was not in it at all.
Okay. Well, I've been an artist longer than I've known Jason. So
Fair enough. Fair enough. I just know that he's a little bit of a showboat, and I just don't want to take that away from him.
well, yes, of course. But yes, we do have a link. However, I was doing my art before he had his link with Catalyst. So even though now we work together, we didn't start off that way.
Well, fair enough, fair enough. And we can get into that just a little bit deeper. But first, as we always like to start the show with, what is your history as a gamer?
Honestly, growing up, I had a circle of friends, and we used to play board games a lot. I come from a big family, and we played games a lot with them too. So I grew up with that, but I didn't get into the bigger strategy games, and I didn't do RPG at all. I grew up in the time, and I was in school at the time of Dungeons and Dragons when it became really, really big, and I did not play. So when I was a kid, I did not. I really didn't even know about it. I'm from a small town, in Delaware, and went to Catholic school. So at first, that was a big kind of no. The church was a
That
little
is
bit
fair. It does get a little bit creepy, spooky once you get
let's
into
not
it.
do that kind of thing because it's bad. Um, so and we didn't have a big enough group of friends to really kind of carry that off either. So we stuck to other board games and card games and things like that. But when I went to college, I had a friend who lived up the hall, and she was big time into that kind of work. And my art had always been about mythology, so I was already kind of in the fantasy vein. And when I met her, and she introduced me to Boris Vallejo. So
I'm so sorry. I know that I'm probably killing a whole bunch of nerds out there. I'm not familiar.
wow. Okay,
I
Boris Vallejo, especially like in the 80s, he was a lot of Conan the Barbarian
oh
comic
okay.
book artist. He does a lot of in that vein fantasy work. Yeah. So yeah, and I saw some work. She had gotten some artwork of his for they were like book labels. This book belongs to, and it was just gorgeous work. And I had just seen it, and I was like, "What is this?" So that kind of opened me up to this whole other world that expanded upon the Greek mythologies and other world mythologies that I was already into to begin with. So that just, took it a step further. And I really, really liked it. And then somewhere else, I saw some Dungeons and Dragons art. And I was like, what is this whole thing? How come nobody told me? So, and then the following year, my roommate was into James Christensen. So he became another one of my favorite artists. And his work is just really, really lovely. And so then I was running off in this other direction. So I'm adding all of these people and styles and
slowly leveling up your
right,
geekdom.
exactly, right. And so while I was in school in New York, that's where I met Jace, and we hit it off. And after I graduated from school in New York, we met up again out at BYU. And he's the one that really got me into these other complex games and the more strategy games. And I decided that I liked them. So that's what we did. So that was my first real introduction to this more intense game world.
Well, the game world, but also all of the crazy things that you're now able to see and interpret and then put back down on paper
right.
with your own amazing artwork. Which, how did you first begin as a professional artist? I know that we've already kind of touched on the timeline a little bit, but just
yeah. Well, I've always been an artist ever since I was a little kid. I always drew. I was always drawing. And I'm the second oldest of 8 kids. So my growing up, my goal was always to, get the big 64 color Crayola crayon box and use
high aspirations.
every single one. Oh yeah, use every single one of those colors in whatever coloring book we had lying around. So it got to the point though where all the coloring books were scribbled in already by my younger siblings. So
Oh,
I was like, I don't have anything to color. I'm going to have to draw my own. So I started doing that, drawing and coloring my own things. I watched Bob Ross because I love Bob Ross. So that was how I started learning how to use oil paint. So I'm drawing at 8. I start painting around like 10 or 12. And I've never really had any formal training as far as the fine art is concerned. It was just something I always did. And I just kind of learned on my own. I went to high school, I went to a vocational school where half the time you're doing academics and the other half of the time you're learning a trade. And I majored in communications technology, which was radio and television broadcasting and photography. And so photography is really where I concentrated in. And I worked in, starting when I was about 16, I started working in portrait studios and photographing all kinds of things, entered contests and competitions. The schools, the vocational schools, had a competitive club, I guess you would call it. And every year, every state would do state level competitions in all of these different trade areas. And so I did that for communications technology for 3 years in high school, and moved on to the national competitions twice in my junior and senior years. My senior year, I took second place in the nationals for photography. So I went.
you immediately got competitive with it. All right, I'd love it.
Oh yeah, yeah. So then I went to college. I went to the Fashion Institute of Technology in New York, and majored in photography, and I learned a lot more. It was more in the commercial vein, and where I really wanted to be was more kind of special effects and illusions and artistic type photos. But it didn't quite go that way. And there was always the art underpinnings that I liked, the drawing and the painting and everything. So I took a couple of classes in college that were electives, and I learned a lot more with that. Yeah, so after I got out of college, I started working in other photography studios and labs and things like that. But I always kept the traditional art as my kind of hobby or side job or whatever.
Mhm.
And I got involved in some artist groups when we settled here in Chicago. And I focused more on my paintings there with those groups, and they would have exhibitions and art fairs and things like that. So that's where I would put a lot of my traditional art, was in those kinds of things. When I was doing photography, it was old school film, actual film. And I had worked in studios and in portraiture and things like that for about 10 years.
Oh,
And I got a little bit burnt out by that. So I was taking a break, stepping back from the photography and focusing more on the traditional art and painting and all of that. And in between that time, the industry changed over to digital. So that was, a whole different thing. um, and then again, when digital paintings and computer graphics and things came out, that was a whole other learning curve and everything. So yeah, I've always made lateral moves with work. They've always been art related. So
Mhm.
I don't stay in one spot and like climb the corporate ladder up to the top. I make all these lateral zigzags. Oh, now I'm doing
Just
photography,
keeping
and
up with how everything changes. I
now I'm
completely get
doing
that.
pre-press for a printer. Yeah, so yeah.
I feel that. Well, the thing is, like, and also I feel like as far as art goes, a very subjective thing. I do feel like it does a little bit of kind of flip flopping a little bit with it wanting to return back to its roots, and then advancements are made to pull it back. Um, I can definitely see it kind of the evolution seems to go,
Yeah,
2 steps backwards, 1 step forward, a lot, or even 2 steps backwards, 5 steps forward.
it leaps around a lot, and the digital tools, have gotten so interesting because they really can mimic so much traditional materials. And I still like getting my hands into paint, and I do sculpture too, and so all of that traditionally I do. Um, and especially when I'm doing more commercial work or commission work, especially for a game company or for a book cover or things like that.
Mhm.
I tend to work digitally because it's faster, and there's often changes that need to be made, and those are just so much easier to make.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. Well, and I know that we also kind of went in a little bit. I know that there has to be different subsections of this type of art style. Well, how would you describe your art style? We know that it's a little bit fantasy, a little bit traditional. Uh, in your words.
um, in my words, it is fantasy. It's also a little surreal. It's like magic realism is what I call it, which is more of a literary term, but I'm co-opting it for my own purposes.
You can steal it. We won't tell anyone.
It works. Yeah, it just works. It just works. It's real life. It's real things. I don't do anything really abstract. Whatever creature I'm making looks like what it is. Trees look like trees. Landscape looks like landscape. I don't do things that are too abstracted or stylized, really. So, but it does have the fantasy elements. It's got some magic elements. So, magic realism just really, really works.
No, no, absolutely. And from what I saw from looking in a little bit, actually, I didn't from what I saw on your website, which I believe is plugged down in the chat. Um, it was everything was real. Like there were birds, there were trees, there was nature, but everything had that
Little
feeling
push.
of it being magical, of it being this serene place. I would expect to be able to look up, a little bit further in the background and see some type of mythical creature or something. And I would be expecting to see that. And
Yeah.
I love it all the more, the fact that there isn't. It's just turning the real life aspect magical.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's one thing I like about it. I like it's one of the things that I like about life in general is if you are observant, you can see some really amazing things. One of the projects I've taken on recently in the past couple of years is making these small structures, 3D structures, fairy houses, most people would call them, and putting them out in the neighborhood. And no big fanfare about it, but just, how much attention are you paying to your surroundings? So I have two, and they've both been removed from their environment. So, I've got them right over there.
Hmm.
But one was a fairy house. It was about a foot tall. And it had a tile shingle roof, and it had a big door with a big window. And I designed it so it had solar powered lights, so it would light up at night.
Oh, that
And
is so cute.
it was installed into the base of this big oak tree that had these big roots that came out of the ground and kind of made these walls on the sides.
Mm.
So I designed this thing and made it specifically to fit in that space. And so, during the day, you could see it. It faced the sidewalk, it faced the public sidewalk. But at night, it would light up. So, and it had a little room on the inside. It had a little table and chairs. And so,
I think if I
so
saw that in in just my everyday life, I would have to cry right there on the spot. I think I'm legally obligated to.
I've caught some people, being surprised by it and, take out their phone and take pictures of it as they're going by. So that was fun. And then the following year, I made another one. There was a car wash, an old-fashioned car wash, hand done, all that. It's been on this particular street here in Chicago for decades. It's very old. It had a brick wall, and this brick wall at the bottom had a hole in it. And I had been, just looking and watching. It's just a spot where the bricks had fallen out.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a facade against this other wall, but there had been this hole at ground level for years because they hadn't done anything with it. And I said, I'm going to do something with that spot. And, so I made another one of these little things that goes in its environment. It was made specifically for this place. And it was a mini car wash. So it's kind of a shape like a shoebox. So it has a clear window in the front. I got a model car and I put that in there. And I got these little mice. And so it's a little mouse car wash. It's called the Wii car wash. And it was put into the wall of the real car wash. And again, it had the solar powered lights. So I had the sign above it, and the sign was outlined with these little LED lights. So it would light up at night. The interior, where there's all these mice. There's 2 mice in the car. There's 2 mice washing. There's, glitter and soap bubbles. And there's the little waiting room, and it's got 2 more mice eating the free cheese samples. It's got a little cheese plate. And then the best part is one of the workers on the car is a turtle. Because turtle wax.
Oh.
Get it?
Oh my! Thank goodness that Rim is not on this episode. She cannot do dad jokes, or puns. I love them. That is fantastic. And I'm sorry, but we have to move on before I cry because this is adorable. I since we kind of already talked a little bit about some art that's inspired you and how we got that, how you got your ball moving, is there anyone in particular that you'd like to add, or was that kind of the extent of your list?
Oh, there's more. I've had some conversations with Larry Elmore, Jeff Easley. Several Gen Cons ago, he was the guest artist, and I was in the art show across from him, and I was working on a watercolor painting, and he said to me, and I was just like, oh. He said, "Oh, that's really, really good. I never got the hang of watercolor." because it's like you work the opposite way that you do with acrylics or oils. And so I was like, oh, Jeff Easley said that he liked my work. And that I was working in a medium that he hadn't really figured out. So yeah, that was pretty awesome.
No, that's fair. That has got to be one of the biggest compliments. That is absolutely it. Well, I mean, we'll talk about it a little bit later. Had you hadn't started up the stuff that you do at Gen Con at this point, had you? Was that
no,
okay.
that was no. I was invited to go up and see what Gen Con was all about. We became friends with, because they live nearby, Randall and Tara Bills, who are part of Catalyst now. And at the time, Randall was working for FASA. But they lived near us. We met. We found out they were big gamers. We were the gamers. So my knowledge of these really, really good games, exploded. But they had seen some of my work, and Randall said, you should come up to Gen Con. They have an art show. Your stuff would fit in there perfectly fine. So back when it was still in Milwaukee, they said, yeah, we're doing it this weekend. He was going up for FASA, doing the Gen Con thing. And they invited us to come up and see what it was all about. So we went up for one day, and I looked around what everything was, and the art show especially, and I was like, yeah, I could do this. So I figured out who to talk to for the art show. And that was in 1999 when I went to my first Gen Con. The very next year, in 2000, I was in the art show. And I had been in the art show as an artist for 16 solid years. So all the way through like 2015, 2016. Yeah, solid. I didn't miss a year. And that was great. And I made so many contacts. I made so many other artist friends I met through there in the art show. And we're all still in contact with each other. We all still, work together and do our projects together, and, be each other's cheerleading squad. Mm-hmm. And it's just been great for all of these years. And then Gen Con changed the way you could be in the art show, because I think they're limited on space. So they can't expand too much more, and they wanted to get more people in. So some of the logistics of how they were doing things changed. Mm-hmm. And so there was one year in 2017, I had actually gone back to school to pursue a degree in psychology, because that's the other part of art that I do. I very much believe in the therapeutic benefits of art and creation and things like that. And so I wanted to have a little bit more clinical, I suppose, underpinnings of human psyche and emotions, so I could tailor art to that purpose a little bit better and have
a little bit more of an exact science than just saying like, oh, the vibe is right,
Yeah, right, exactly. So that year, I had participated in a lot of conventions, not just Gen Con, but I participated in them mostly by mailing in art. You can do that for other shows. Some shows are strictly, nope, you got to be here and run your whole thing. And Gen Con is one of those kinds of shows, which is fine. But there's other shows in other states. I was doing like 4 shows a month, 40 shows a year, mailing stuff to all of these different places. And when I went to school, I stopped all of that. I only did like 2 other mail-in shows, and I was going to come back to Gen Con. I wasn't in the art show though, because I had taken a year off to do school. And since I wasn't in the art show, I pitched this idea. I'm not really sure exactly where it came from, but just the light bulb moment. And I was like, what if I set up, because I mean, that's one of the things I would always do with the art shows anyways. I would always still be working on stuff and painting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I would get commissions in the middle of the show and be up till 3 o'clock in the morning trying to get them done so people could take them with them before the show was over. But I was like, what if we did something where we could actually paint for the show? And that would be the thing, not just running a booth where I'm selling my art, but what if we actually created something? And so I pitched that idea. And at the time, Jeanette was the events coordinator. And so we had back and forth a little bit, kind of pinned down. It was a little bit of an amorphous thing of how this was actually going to work. But we did. And I pulled out a design. And I bring the mural there. It's like think of a big coloring book page where it's pretty much just the line art.
Which
and
I actually, last year at Gen Con, which I know it's sacrilege, first Gen Con I have ever been to. I actually, that was the first thing that I saw walking in. Because it was right around the corner from the front door, I believe.
Yeah, it's not in the exhibit hall. It is located in the Capitol Corridor, which is the headway that leads to Lucas Oil. It is right next to the exhibitor's entrance. So there's the entrance around that corner by the atrium where that food court is with all the really tall glass windows.
Right.
Yes. I'm in there because the light's really, really good there.
It
because
is.
Of all those big windows and the atrium and everything. So yeah, I'm in there because of the space it takes up. But there's so many events that happen down in Lucas Oil these days for Gen Con that it gets a lot of foot traffic as people go by. People see it. The other murals, every time one is finished, it becomes the property of Gen Con, and they put all the rest of them on display down in that hallway to kind of tie everything that's happening in the exhibit hall to Lucas Oil.
Mm-hmm.
And they have like the little arcade area in that space as well. So yeah, we keep going all the way down. You'll see all of the other murals on display there. So yeah.
I absolutely love it. I didn't remember exactly. I have to be honest. If I say the front door, I am talking about any of the 3 larger entrances.
Right. Yeah.
Any of them that is within motorized scootering distance feels like the front door to me.
Yeah. Well, this one, the one that we're closest to is, I think, faces Georgia Street. That's where, previous to this past year, all the food trucks were out there.
Mm-hmm.
They've now moved the food trucks down further to Lucas Oil. But before then, where all the food trucks were, that's where I was. And it's a flat. There's no stairs to worry about. The sidewalk is flat. Crossing that street, crossing Georgia Street is flat. And so, yeah, anybody with any kind of mobility issues, that entrance is easier to get into.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I can't speak for anybody else, but after walking all the way from the Airbnb, I wouldn't go that far, but it does get rough. Um, since we've kind of already hit on that and where that all started, we also do know that you had a Kickstarter this year that got over double its goal, I believe. Heritage.
Yeah. Heritage, yes.
Okay, I was hoping that's how it's pronounced.
Yeah, that the emphasis is on the her. Now, I have nothing to do with any of the writing of this. This is Rigel Ayler, and she does a lot of writing. Her website is Blue Tricks Books, and she is editing this. It's an anthology of 15 historical women. Some are made up, some are actual historical figures, and it's an alternative history of what might have happened. How might the world have gone if these women's stories went a little bit differently? Like Joan of Arc is one of the women, and there is a story. What if somehow she is saved from the flames? What if she survived? Boudica, another historical figure. What if she had defeated the Romans? What would England have been if things had gone a little differently? Josephine Baker. So there's another actual person who did actual things. And how might the world have changed or been a little bit different if some of these women's timelines had gone a little differently? So what I did is I did the cover art for all of this. And they did the Kickstarter for the book. And then one of the stretch goals was, if the book got funded and if they reached a certain point, there would be interior illustrations, which I was going to do then. So we hit that goal, and so the book now is going to have portraits of all the women that are in this book, that have a story in this book. So they all will have a black and white portrait facing page intro into their story. So yeah,
that is really nice. That is so nice. I love that. I don't think that I have seen any from looking over my brief look over. I don't think I saw any portrait any.
No, it hasn't been shown yet. I mean, the cover has 6 of the characters that are in the book. But I believe the big reveal for the interior art is having its own day. And I don't even know what that is. But if people want to follow along with that, the book is going to be available. I believe it's getting released in August, and it will be available on Amazon and Barnes and Noble. And the website for that is heritageanthology.com.
Already in the chat.
So make sure you get, great. Make sure you get the anthology in there. And that should take you to a page that has more information about it, and where it can be had when it's released, and hopefully there will be a big reveal for some of the interior art.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, yeah. No, so if anybody wants to be notified on that through backer updates or anything like that, go ahead and click that
Yeah,
button, get notified. And
yeah.
we are skipping around a little bit, and we are getting down to towards the end of our time. Are there any specific pieces that you're currently working on, or that you have worked on, that would be, one of your favorites? Let's say that.
Oh,
Pick your favorite
all of
kid right now on stream in front
yeah,
of
I know,
everyone.
no, all of my babies. There's I love the little fairy houses because I like to see people's reactions, especially since I don't really push that they're out there. I kind of like to see how many people are really paying attention. So that's kind of fun. Um, the murals are always so interesting to watch come together because everybody who works on them brings something interesting to it. So I might do the base drawing, but some people will put colors in that I didn't think of using together in that way. Or sometimes they add their own little critters and things in there. So
Mhm.
when I'm touching it up and finishing it up, um, I will find surprising little things. And oh, look at that! That's so cool. So that's really fun too. Sometimes I surprise myself with what I'm working on because sometimes it kind of takes on a life of its own, and it might not be what I had in my head, so it's skewed some way, and that's always a surprising part of it as
Mhm.
well. What exactly is it going to end up looking like at the end? Sometimes I don't know. One of the best things, though, I will say, um, the mural that we did 2 years ago, it was the tropical rainforest fish. So it's all these sea creatures, but instead of being underwater, they're in a forest. So tropical rainforest fish. Haha. Okay, another dad joke for you. Okay,
No,
but
I love it. I love it.
I had these combination creatures. They were like hippogriffs, but because we're in the tropics, it's not an eagle and a lion body. Um, it's parrots. So the brightly colored wings and a parrot face and jaguar bodies.
Ooh.
So not European, South American now. So a little bit of a switch. And I had this on one side, a winged leopard walking across a log, moss covered log. And two things happened. I originally drew it just as a moss covered log. The person who started painting it turned it into some kind of creature. She like took a knot hole and turned it into an eye and took the jagged broken part of the log and turned it into teeth. So it is some sort of forest creature now. And it was like, well, that's awesome because that wasn't my idea. But above it, this leopard or this jaguar, I was just envisioning it as just a winged leopard. So maybe it would
Mhm.
have like macaw wings or something like that. And there were two people working on it at the same time. This project has gotten very, very popular. And sometimes I'm having to squeeze people in and work around. Somebody's working above, somebody's working below. um, and I put these two people they decided to work on this thing together. They didn't know each other. They had never met before, but they were working together on this thing, and they came up with a backstory for this, and we changed the design mid paint. And he came up with the idea and said, what if we made the wings transparent. And I was like, that's a neat idea. But what you have to do first is you're going to have to paint the background. And then,
Over
I
top.
gave them a few painter techniques to how you can show something transparent. And she was working on the jaguar's face. And she did a beautiful job. His eyes are just beautiful. And then he worked on doing these magnificent see-through wings. And when I was cleaning it all up, I did the front legs, and I decided, let's make the whole thing transparent, the back half of it. So it has now got its own canon that it is some sort of jaguar spirit animal that is manifesting from some other plane, and we caught it mid manifest. So only the front is full color and corporeal. The back half of it, from the wings back, is all transparent and ghostly.
Oh, that is just amazing. I especially love the fact that just two artists not knowing each other and just being able to come together and not only just work on the same art but coming up with the story.
Yeah, it was probably one of the best mural moments. And that's a lot of what the murals are. It's a bunch of people who don't know each other. They come in, they're looking at a blank canvas, mostly, for the most part. And they're just adding parts of themselves into it. And some people are very comfortable and know what they're doing, and I kind of just let them run. Other people need a little more coaxing or a little bit more teaching about how the paint works and what they should do and what colors and how to mix it and stuff like that. So I run the whole gamut of letting people express and teaching people how to do.
No, absolutely. Well, and since we are getting down to the wire, is there anything exciting coming up for you?
Just plugging away. I'm getting ready to start the new mural, the new design. I've been lately putting it up for a poll. I'll put up 2 designs and let people vote. So I put that out on my social channels. There's a Facebook group called Fans of Gen Con, and they have a very, very wide audience. So I put up the links to take the poll, and you choose which design you want. And this year, I can announce it now, because it is the 50th anniversary of
Is it a
Dungeons and
pun?
Dragons.
Oh, okay.
No,
Okay.
no,
Just had to make sure.
Sorry, no more dad joke. It is also, according to the Chinese calendar, it's the year of the dragon. So our design is the year of the dragon. And it is this whole herd of dragons swooping down into this canyon. And there's all kinds of dragons. So there's a Chinese dragon in there. There's Quetzalcoatl from South America. There's your regular fire-breathing dragons, and lots of fun little stuff.
No, that is amazing. I love that. See, you have just gone from making Rim mad every single time she walks into the exhibit or through down that hallway, to now probably going on her time off specifically to go to that mural. She absolutely loves dragons, in case you can't tell from the little, I don't know if you're also watching the stream, but the little icons and everything, I'm sure you know. Well, and they've been plugging away, but Kathleen, where can we find you?
You can find me on Facebook. I have an art page. It's called Stained Glass Butterfly. So if you search for me on Facebook under Stained Glass Butterfly, you'll see me. It's a blue stained glass butterfly in a silver scroll. There's a whole story of why my art is called that. So you can find me there. I do have my own website, which is stainedglassbutterfly.net. There's your dad joke.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then there is a Facebook page that is devoted specifically to the Gen Con mural. And it is called The Collective Art Project - Gen Con. So that should pop up there for you too if you want to keep up with the in progress. I always put up the in progress and then at Gen Con when we're there as it gets added to. And then after I bring it home, it usually takes me a few months to finish all of the panels and bring it all together and tie it all together. But I regularly post updates on that. And that's where the announcement for the poll for the next year's mural shows up as well.
Well, fantastic. Yeah, I don't doubt that those touch-ups take a long time. That campus is massive.
It's three big massive canvases strung together.
I think I know for a fact that I'm going again this year, so I think I found my new off time activity.
Yeah. Well, and we get started at noon, so people have time to go through the exhibit hall first, and then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, I stay open until 7 because I know the exhibit hall closes at 6. So I stay open for an extra hour, so people can enjoy the exhibit hall and still have some time to paint.
Fair. Okay. No, I love that. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to be able to see whatever part of the exhibit hall that Catalyst and Rem drags me around to. So that'll be my off time. Excellent. But thank you so much, Kathleen. Thank you for everything that you do for the artist community. And please, everyone, don't go anywhere. And we will be right back. All right, and don't forget that we have a wonderful giveaway of a copy of Shadowrun Body Shop. Thank you to Catalyst for donating such a wonderful prize. Type RMPC in the chat to help us pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. Now, thank you all for joining, and on to our episode, our debut episode of Shadowrun Emerald Glitch Season 3, Hangovers Are Confusing. See you there, RMPCs.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in, with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
the spell like 92 times.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1. You can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2. You can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5. Get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Hey, everybody. I'm Teslan Kieranhawk, also known as Tom Augustine in the real world. Uh, I'm going to be the new GM for season 3 of Shadowrun Emerald Glitch. This is going to be a story about a bunch of Shadowrunner friends who run the shadows, live their lives, just try to get by in a Seattle which has changed dramatically over the last 5 years. What with it seceding from the UCAS, the rise and fall of the Shadowrunners Union, and several other the ascension of or the swapping from Knight Errant to Lone Star. There's been a lot of changes in Seattle. However, we're going to start this episode a little bit different. This story, I'm calling this storyline 0 for this season because it's going to cover the runners trying to get back to Seattle. They've all they had a mishap, which we'll get into as the story goes along, where they lost a month. We're going to start them up right at it, right as they come out of that lost month with a nasty, glitchy hangover. But this stream is going to be, I'm going to try and make this stream a little bit different in general, in that there's going to be a lot of pauses to teach about the rules, try and do a bunch of other content, Shadowrun sidebars or Emerald glitch notes. Don't know what the name is yet, but going into what the various things we explore in the game, going into more detail about it. People to help people learn Shadowrun 6e. If you have any questions about the rules, feel free to toss them in a chat. We'll keep an eye on it and should be able to answer all of them, or I can bug my fellow CDT members, that's the Catalyst demo team, to get me the answers before the end of the stream. But that said, I think it's time to start the story. Okay, so your characters start to slowly wake up, and I'll tell you when you actually have the capacity for movement and actions. But actually, let's start out with a simple roll. Everybody give me a perception roll.
Any
Not a-
particular specialization?
No.
Not scary at all. Better than an initiative roll, I guess.
Yes, it is better than an initiative roll. Okay. No. Oh man, so close, Tank. So close.
Tank don't know nothing.
It one more, and it would have been a critical glitch for Tank. All right. So,
And you don't have bad luck.
I do not. Your characters, first thing that you all sense, including even Tank, that you're soaked to the bone. And you feel awful. The surface underneath you is swaying back and forth. And it's strange. It's kind of in a really chaotic manner. I mean, you've been in things when, buildings when they shake because somebody set up an explosive or something like that. This is just a little too chaotic. And then you, as you start to open your eyes, you can see that you're wrapped up in a fishing net. And beyond that, only the 3 that actually got hits can see. You will see what looks like a gnome hanging from a fishing pole, side of a boat, doing something strange to a tree. Like he's got some of the bark peeled back, a pair of pliers, doing something inside of there. Very, 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 very strange. And you can hear a gruff voice from further towards the bow, which is the front of the boat, going, "Come on, hurry up. We don't have time. We got to figure out what the heck we're going to do with these fished out." Fuck, you can tell this is coming from the gnome on the fishing pole. I got it. I'm almost in. Couple more tweaks, and yep. All right, got the data and wiped. Yep, it doesn't know we were here. And then he satisfactorily slams it shut. Now get me down from here, as he kind of wails and is swinging around. At this point, you all have some capacity to move. Like I said, you're tangled up inside of a fishing net. You're all dazed. You all have fatigue 1 status. And those are particular statuses. Yeah. So you're all at -2 dice to begin with. And you can't use edge. And if something happens to roll initiative, you're at -4. So what?
So my character's double jointed, and I know that I can't gain edge from this. Well, I could gain the edge, but I can't spend it, right? Is that correct? From like trying to untangle myself.
You cannot gain or spend edge.
Yeah,
okay.
You can't gain or spend it.
So, but at least I am double jointed, so that hopefully will help in some capacity or other thing as I try to start figuring out if I can start to unwrap ourselves quietly.
Okay. I would say that would be trying to do it quietly. Regardless, I would say it's an agility test. But I will leave it up to you if you use athletics or stealth or outdoors.
Or outdoor. So I can use stealth. Then I'm going to use
You can use
stealth.
stealth.
Yeah.
What I typically do with that stuff when I give people a choice is there's different thresholds.
Okay.
Or, like if you outdoors, assume you know how to do knots and stuff like that, so the threshold is lower.
So then I'm going to probably use athletics because it seems to apply, and it's only a 1 point difference between my athletics and stealth. So I will use athletics, and we're at -2, correct?
Yes.
All right. Looks like 3 hits.
3 hits. Okay. You are starting to maneuver things around. This is actually going to be an extended test, but I wanted to get you.
Okay.
You guys are really kind of all wrapped up in it, so you'll be able to start working your way out of it. Like somebody just literally cast a net in and hold you all out, pulled you all out together. It was all kind of wrapped around. Is anybody else doing anything?
Fumbling for my knife.
I can attempt
That's
to
my way
get
out
out as
here.
well. Do I have a knife? Do I have a sharp object on me? You know what? I don't have a sharp object
yes.
on me. I don't have a sharp
Okay.
object on me. I'm going to, as we're all laying there, Tank is holding kind of still, and then he's going to start like touching himself, trying to figure out what's going on, and go, "I got off the bacon on the oven," and I start like using my athletics to get out of the netting as quickly as possible.
Okay. Are you going to tear your way out, or are you going to just thrash and move things around?
He leans heavily into his unnatural magical talents that allow him to do weird crap very quickly. So athletics.
Okay.
Come on. And it's a -2.
Yep, -2.
Bacon! Vodka!
No.
As the Buck, since you haven't said anything, as others are doing stuff, you see that the gnome had, through some kind of thing, flailed around and managed to get the fishing pole mount to swing inside of the boat, and it was starting to lower down when he makes eye contact with you.
He sees this whole
Sally,
scene.
they're awake. What?
He sees this whole scene of the of the struggle and reaching for their knives.
Yes. Yep. Well, actually, he doesn't quite see the whole. He doesn't see the reaching for the knife because Tank is currently blocking the view of Violet.
Tank is a big person. I am 6'3", 220 pounds, dark green skin, and if I'm assuming we're wearing full body clothing. So I mean,
You know something I just thought of? There was one other thing I forgot to tell you. Okay, yep. Just so you know, like I said, you were soaking wet, but that generally just does. It just means that you take additional. It's tough to resist electricity and cold. That doesn't really have an effect on you, other than the fact that you smell. You smell like you've been dragged through a swamp.
You've just described me, Tom. I'm also 6'3" and smell like I went through a swamp.
Okay, yes, you make eye contact and you hear him say, Sally, they're awake and they're trying to get out. One's flipping out. The big one's flipping out. He drops to the deck. Takes up a defensive stance.
I'm going to attempt to buy some time, and I would like to convince them that Tank actually has really brutal night terrors, and he's it's been hard to deal with. If someone can just just leave him be, he'll eventually get tired. Exactly. So if I can just go ahead and pull a con roll there.
But your tailored pheromones do not. Okay, you didn't bat him in anyways. So
Fair.
your tailored pheromones do not apply.
Since he's
But
not
first
close.
impression does. Oh no, it's not a question. You're not close. Tailored pheromones. They depend on you being able to exude pheromones, and you've just been dragged through a swamp and are still in the swamp clothing. So
Fair. You can't cover that up.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you really can't cover it up, and it doesn't though. But you do have 2 edge.
Yes.
That you can use or lose.
Got it. Let me see.
Wait, we're gaining edge now?
Well, I got temp edge. Oh, well.
That's right.
Is
No,
temp
you're
edge
not.
part of this? Okay.
Yep, and edge is part of it. You're right. I forgot. You are still dazed. Thank you.
I was trying to defend
nope.
you, Tank.
It's okay. Tank isn't even his own best friend.
So very unconvincingly, Buck kind of just looks up and he says, "Oh, don't you worry about him. We've had to watch over him for the past year or so. He gets a little bit rowdy sometimes whenever he dozed off. He's not mean anything by it."
And I would like to, at this point in time, when, since I realize that we're in a situation, I'm assuming because I rolled a 0 on my perception, I have no clue what's going on. So I glitched on my escape attempt. I'm really not 100% everything going on. I'm going to reach over to Buck. I'm going to put my hand on his chest because I'm assuming we're moving around and everything.
Yep. Well, let me do something before you have that
Sure.
action. Raptor, you can go ahead. That's basically an extended test to get loose.
Okay.
And you can go ahead and roll. I'm going to give you two more rolls on the extended test.
Okay. You want me to roll them both now so that way you can just roll with it for whenever?
Yep.
Okay. And they're still at the -2, correct? But
They're still -2.
extended test, do we subtract a die each time you roll on the extended test? So this will be a -3 then. For this one. And then we'll go at a -4. Three more hits.
Okay. You have found the edge of it. Start to get yourself out over the next round. Ava, said you were able to find a knife.
Oh, thank God.
Not exactly where you normally keep it, but you found it. They're not your clothes. Sure of that. What are you starting to do with the knife? What? You gonna cut the net?
Cut my way out of the net.
Okay.
Don't even care about delicacy at the moment. I just want out of this mother fragging net.
Okay. Max, what were you gonna do?
Make a aid on Buck's attempt at a con roll.
Okay.
Maybe just like a
that would
or
just
something.
be another. That would just be another con roll. Yeah, it would be a con roll for you.
And I will look at and the words I say are -2, right? -2.
Yep.
Aha! I got 1.
You actually have a dice pool. Okay, that's
I
pretty
do.
good.
I was like, at some point, this fool is going to have to lie to people. I should put a point in it.
My apologies, I did not mean to press that.
As I moved over and I put my hand on his chest and I go, I think I left the bacon in the oven and the oven's on. We got to get back to the apartment, Cheryl. Cheryl, we got to get back to the apartment.
Oh, he's getting lucid with it. You're gonna want to run. It gets scary.
With
Okay.
yeah.
You. Okay.
Sorry, that wasn't country accent, so that wasn't Buck talking. That was Buck puts his arm back on over and says, "Oh, don't you worry about it. We got that set up. We can get everything taken care of. We just got to talk to these nice people first."
Okay, there is a stepping up next to the gnome, who is a large orc, female, with two, who has two machine pistols in her hands. They're pointed in your general direction. And you hear, "Hey, stop cutting the net! You're gonna have to sew that back together. If you break it, we'll get you out. Just stop cutting the net."
Violet does not stop cutting the net until she's out.
Why would you let us out? Did you not put us here?
We put you here because you were drowning. Stop cutting the net.
Buck puts a hand over. Buck puts a floundering hand over and just tries to get her to stop.
Pause.
This was just
a move on it.
Looks over at Raptor as you're still wiggling your way out of it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, once I get out, I'm gonna stand up and just kind of look at her.
Okay. You can help the others out. Just be sure to stay back there. We got no intention of keeping you or taking your stuff, but we also ain't interested in losing our stuff.
That's fair.
Professional courtesy.
You can put the pistol down, though.
He takes a step back and does lower them down.
I'll help Violet out first.
Okay.
Thanks.
No problem. And I'm just gonna keep eyeballing that orc. And is she like back towards like the edge of the ship to where like if I have to do a running like tackle her over the side kind of deal that we're going over?
Nope. She's in the dead center.
Okay.
And strangely enough, while she has the pistols, the gnome stun baton is actually between you and her. And while he probably wouldn't be an issue, he could just be swept to the side. He would slow you down.
Right.
I got the small one. If it comes to it.
All right.
Okay. Everybody working their way out. You've already helped Violet out. I'll let you help everybody else out.
Getting Tank out next.
All right, everybody. You hear from what you're guessing is the pilot's cabin. All right, everybody, just keep quiet. Don't do anything loud. I got to get away from this drone.
Oh, at that point, I'm looking around.
You give me a perception roll. There's a chance you could.
We're still at the -2, right?
Yep, you're still at the -2.
3 successes or 3 hits.
Pilot?
Yeah.
You two are like moving around, you realize you're connected to Tank.
Connected in
port.
what way?
Data port is plugged into
Brag.
something in his backpack.
Resist the urge to just grab it and yank. Because you don't do that to Tech. Tech doesn't like that. Tank, what's in your bag?
Since I'm out, I'm right now just kind of like
First off,
observing the
it's not
moment.
your bag. It's a bag that's on you.
I'm going to take it off, seeing
Yeah,
that
you
it's
don't
attached
recognize it.
by a wire. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, it's easy enough once you open it up. And they
I didn't open. I'm not opening.
Open the bag.
I don't know. It's not my bag. That's theft.
Give
Oh,
it to
for
me, Tank. I
crying-
got it. And I walk over. I'm
You don't-
okay with
you-
theft.
Yeah, you don't spot anything that is a drone. After
It's only theft if you take it from somebody else.
What do I see in there?
Where is that robbery?
No, I think you have to hold him at gunpoint for robbery.
No, that's an armed robbery.
No.
I don't know how convincing it would be to do an unarmed robbery.
I think Tank could yeah, I think Tank
Can we
would
just open
have
the
that
bag,
one.
please? Just
I'm looking through it right now.
yeah, there's a you spend enough time around Violet where you can kind of spot. Record is plugged into a device when you pull it out. It's a cyber hack.
It's
not your
yours.
cyber hack, Violet.
Or at least this is your territory.
I mean,
why did
yeah.
you have the bag?
Why do I have it? Well, here. I don't need the bag.
Okay, it's very heavy, ridiculously heavy. I mean, they're cumbersome to begin with, but this one is like,
Did they
this is
make this out?
somebody,
Lead?
yeah. Somebody
What
just
it-
kind of cobbed something together.
I'll look inside. What else is in there?
Some standard running gear, all of it fairly beat up, either beat up, well used, beat up, or low quality.
Is there pistols in here?
Does Tank use pistols? Then I mean, you guys have all your personal stuff. So if you use a pistol, you'd have it, and it would be roughly where you normally keep it.
What if we use a special laser pistol?
A laser pistol, no. That is
Yeah,
fair.
I didn't think so. I don't have any other weapon skill except one rank and unarmed. Or
Yep.
close combat, rather. Whatever it is in 6th edition.
I'm going to look over at the orc. Now, inside this bag, there are some pistols, giving you a warning so that when Mr. Tank pulls out the pistol, you don't get a little slap happy.
I won't get slap happy.
Okay.
Long as
Hand it
the-
over to
As long as you're
Hand it
polite with where the pistols are aimed.
Tank.
I will dig in and immediately cry out, "Ooh, oh, I hope Adrian's in here." And I start pulling them all out, just tossing them on the ground, looking for my signature Ruger Super Warhawk laser sight, smart gun adapter, weapon comm with the special handle grip, heavy thigh pistol. If I don't see him in there, I don't care.
I thought you were going to say it all again.
Yeah.
Which
Nope.
he was
There-
saying that at the same time, going, "Where's Adrian with my smart gun and adapter and laser sight?" And
There is all that's in there is, like I said, it's generic stuff.
Oh, I think that's a 2071 Ruger.
A couple of these, you're not sure you would want to fire them without cleaning them first. The ends of the barrels just don't look what you could see outside of it without actually pointing the gun at yourself and looking down the barrel. It's got enough of a warning sign that you don't want to fire these until you get a chance to clean them, and possibly get a tetanus shot.
If he's tossing stuff onto the deck, when I see a monofilament whip handle come out of there, pick that up, put that on my possession.
Does it is the question.
A monofilament whip. Yes, there is one.
Okay.
It is not yours. Again, it is not well maintained. Some suspicious stains on the handle. I mean, it's monofilament, so it's a little tough to
Right.
see what's on the web.
Yeah.
But the handle itself looks kind of janky to where if I whip this out, so it may just fly right out of there and not be attached at all.
That's a possibility again, and the whole tetanus shot thing still might apply.
Violet's wringing her hair out.
Oh, yeah.
Do you mind telling us where we are?
Certainly. The gnome, for example. Well, where you are right now,
General area is fine. State, are we still in the UCAS? Are we in the UCAS? I can't remember the map. I think Florida's in the UCAS, right?
Yes, Florida's in the UCAS. You guys had actually passed into the Caribbean states.
Oh, okay.
Finished.
Oh.
And that literally is the first time you remember. It's like, oh, that was the last thing you remember was being in Florida. Southern Florida.
Okay.
And that was like that came back. But no, you're in New Orleans.
New Orleans.
Crescent City. Greatest city for running in. Much better than Denver. The gnome says.
Chicago is better than Denver right now.
Give you that. That's fair. But still,
I'm gonna... Okay, I found a cyber hack. Do I have a deck on me?
Yes, you do. Not yours, but you have a deck.
Start turning it on to see if it even fucking works. Whoever put this together is a hack.
It does. You get it to turn on. Whenever you are subjected to noise right away.
Oh.
And this thing does not. I mean, yeah, you got 6 noise right off the bat.
How much can the deck compensate for? Can decks compensate for noise anymore? Gross.
You can get Signal Scrubber, but this one doesn't have it on it. Yeah. What? You don't mind me asking? What were you guys doing on that cargo ship?
Cargo ship. What
Yeah, generally
cargo ship?
Generally, it's not a great idea to run against the that particular transport group.
Which transport group?
Okay.
I'm a little fuzzy. We almost drowned.
Could be hypoxia of the brain.
More than a little fuzzy, but Go ahead and roll con if you're gonna claim that.
But I get my acting specialization. I do. Still at the -2.
Yes.
Did that take the -2 in? Why did I get an extra +2 in there? Oh, the specialization. Got it. So yeah, I got lucky. I got 3 hits.
Okay. Whiplash got 5 for Judge Intentions. So you can't use any edge yet, so you're kind of stuck. Yeah. Right, yeah. What's the last thing you remember?
What day is it?
That's a good question.
Hey, that
Can
says
I get
something
through
right
the
up.
noise to at least look at the date? Can I pull up the taskbar?
Yes, you can. It
Time is set for Bangkok.
It has been a month. Last day, you remember finishing up the Florida job approximately a month ago. Okay, tell you what. I'll be nice.
I appreciate that.
Oh, we've already been nice because we fished you out of the water.
You also pointed guns at us, so we'll call it even.
No, we fished you out of the water. Sorry, we're still ahead.
But you said I was on a cargo ship, or that we were.
Yep.
Did they dump us and then you fished us out?
Well, it looked like you were trying to take it. You powered up there in a boat. Swarmed onto the deck, and were in a pitched battle with somebody.
Pitched battle isn't my style. I don't know what you saw.
And then we saw you all flung off of the boat. And the transport zoomed off. Old shipwreck there. Has a code of honor. So we got out the fishing net. Scooped you out.
It's been a month.
It's been a what?
A month since we finished the job in Florida.
That bacon is burnt.
Yes, Tank. The bacon is burnt.
Now, when were we on that cargo ship?
Let's see.
How long have we been on this ship?
It took me about, well, let's see. We picked you up just before we hit the drone. Do our run. Only took me 5 minutes. You hear a call from the pilot's thing, or like 15 to get the. Only took me 5 minutes to get the pack data there. Picked you up right before that, about 5 minutes before that. So yeah, we fished you out of the water probably half hour, 45 minutes ago.
You said we swarmed onto that ship in a boat. Did they drop us off, or did we have the boat?
We weren't looking that close. We were sneaking up. Our job was to sneak up to that drone. We were keeping an eye on it.
Roving.
We weren't weren't looking
boat-
that.
I look towards Violet and Buck and them, and I'm like, if that boat's still there, might have some clues.
Do you
And we
figure
can
that
let these fine folks go on their way?
Violet has like, as this conversation is happening, Violet has like sat cross-legged immediately where she was standing at before, and she's setting out the deck, the cyber hack, and trying to work through this noise and find my online digital voicemail, and trying to figure out what's going on back home, because it's been a month and I've been out of commission.
Two boats took off. 'Cause we weren't going to approach until they were gone.
So the boat that dropped us off left.
Yeah, when you got tossed off, the boat skedaddled.
You got a camera here? Anything we can check? Get a serial number off that boat? A name? Did you see the name?
Didn't see the name, not that close, and I didn't scan for the Matrix. I didn't want them picking me up.
You got
But
a camera.
Yep, I can hang on, let me.
I mean, I know our tally of dead is kind of getting up there, but I would really like to see that footage.
I can toss you that footage. We do not that good, but I can definitely toss it to you. Let's see. Are you Droid or Gosh?
Who?
Droid or Gosh?
What?
The names on your sins. That you're broadcasting.
Do I have a comm link on me?
Yeah, you have a comm link.
I'll take it off of wherever it is, look at it. What's the sin say?
Sin says that your name is Droid.
Right.
Right.
I'm Troy, I guess.
Okay. Here you go. He swipes it over to you. Surprisingly enough, he has no trouble with the noise.
I hand it over. I hand my comm link to Violet. I have no idea what we're looking for, whether it's. Look over at Buck and Tank. What you thinking?
I look for a comm link on me.
And same here.
You find a comm link. Yeah.
But you're not a neophyte. Can you take this comm link and pull up the footage and start looking through it? That doesn't take a decker. I'm busy. No offense.
I don't even know where the video files are. Like, these new pocket secretaries just are not up to snuff. Like, they have too many widgets.
That's why we
and
call
little
you Raptor.
doodads, and like.
No,
Which literally passes it to Buck because
it's
I'm
all right.
busy.
I got it. I'll take a little peek at it. Thank you for being so kind about it. And he pulls it over and starts fumbling his way through it.
Yeah, no,
if I
it's
had
not.
the room for another negative quality, she would have uncouth, so it's fair.
No, it's
7 charisma though, believe it or not.
Looking at it,
Charming or
it's simple. You can pop it up in AR so people can see it. You see you see a small power boat. With looking like it's got some kind of ruthenium polymer coating, because it kind of blended in real close. Pull up to this large cargo ship, and Ultra Suez class, honestly. And it And looking at it, it basically is what you described. What he described. These ACs, you guys basically showing up. Raptor going up quickly first, slipping over the side. You following. Then Hank and Violet. With Violet actually being hauled up by Tank because it looks like they're in the midst of doing something with AR. If you're guessing kind of what you've seen with her, hand motions in the past. And then you see some flashes once Violet and Tank get to the top. And literally the four of you are flung off of the boat and slap into the water. That boat then cargo ship increases speed to get away. Our boat is kind of caught up in the wake and then seems to turn and drive away.
I think
Even
the
the
first
four of
thing
you
we need
float.
to do is find that boat.
Powerboat?
Well, I can understand you're probably just going to drop us off at the docks, right? Like, this ain't your job. And I get that.
It ain't, and we'll do it. We'll be great. We'll be neighborly. We'll drop you off at the docks and give you a spot to go through.
What is
Got
with
the
this
look.
file organization?
Got the look. Somebody who ran afoul of some bad juju. Suggest you go see Renee Martin.
Renee Martin?
Yep. He's a good troll, and the league that he works with likes to help people.
Who do we say sent us? Or recommended us?
And then he turns, looks up his head like, he's not still mad about that thing, is he? He shakes her head no. Okay, you can tell him. You can tell him that Whiplash sent you.
Renee Martin. Well, can I get that comm link back from you?
No, bad. All yours.
He swipes you a business address.
Violet, where's the little notepad thingy on here?
It's the one that
Thank you.
looks
We'll
like
lean
a
over and
notepad.
start pushing buttons. It's this right here. You got to go under the drop-down menu over here, and then you're like that.
No, I put it on his home. It's on his home screen.
I open the home screen. I'm like looking at all the. There's like 15 open tabs, and one of them's playing music. And then I reopen the notepad from its base directory. And then I'm going to go through the guns. I'd like to go through the guns that all fell on the ground and kind of like go through them, looking for like which ones are the best quality, if anything can be repaired to them at this point in time, to kind of make sure that we have at least functioning weapons.
Well, they at this point, Ali goes, probably want to pack all your stuff back up. They're about to drop you off at the dock.
All right.
Did I manage to get to my inbox?
Not yet. We will cover that when we come back from our break.
We'll be right back.
Fine.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
thank you folks for sticking around. Back and for the first hour of gaming scorecard, the team, the party has wasted one scene on me because I honestly thought you guys were gonna have to be. Actually, technically, you wasted one action sequence and probably at least one scene on me because I thought I was gonna have to knock the bunch of you already out again.
We can't give in to chat that easily. Of course,
We can't let the GM win.
Exactly. We're fatigued. There's no way we're getting out of that.
No.
Especially with an orc.
Okay. Now, there is one thing. You are, as you get dropped off, they pull away. You are no longer dazed. However, the first thing that happens when you get there is that your stomachs all growl. Apparently, you are you're empty. Stomachs are empty. However, you get off onto the deck, and the noise as the boat pulls away, surprisingly enough, or actually completely not surprisingly enough, the jamming goes away. Violet, you have access to the Matrix again.
Oh, thank God.
What are you going to do?
Sit him down immediately, right where she's at, on the dock, cross-legged, pulls everything out again, and just furiously, probably just in AR. This doesn't require VR access.
Okay.
So she's.
Hey, Violet, why don't we keep this mobile? We're too much longer, we might end up knocking out again, and who knows if we're gonna end up on somebody else's boat.
You're also very conspicuous. You're also very conspicuous, literally out on it.
All right, but don't let me run into anything.
Gotcha. We'll keep you mobile.
What kind of case does the cyber deck have? What kind of case is it in? The cyber deck, or is it an actual like cyber deck, not like one somebody built at home?
It's one of the cheap ones that you can buy. That one of the cheap ones that you can buy and then use the blunt instrument as a weapon, clubbing somebody several times. Based on the dings.
Wow.
So like a Radio Shack 360.
Yes.
And they put it in a gonzo case.
It's a very nice gonzo case.
The cyber hack, however, is like I said, that's
in the backpack.
Bulky and big, and in this steel case. What's your character's strength?
5.
Okay, you have no trouble carrying it.
Muscle augmentations, muscle replacements, technically.
Nope. I just you're not playing
throws up all the weak spots.
You're not playing the decker, the decker that has strength as a dump stat.
Yeah, that would be stupid.
Her base strength is 2, so I technically am. I just use cyberware to augment that and shore up that weak spot.
At 5, you have no issue. 5, you have no issue carrying it. Okay.
So we need to find this Renee chick, or I look at the AR gloves that are in this bag, because I'm assuming like we have all of our gear, just cruddier versions of them, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Cruddier and crudified. I mean, it's like It's literally like, somebody was wearing these AR gloves when they were doing all sorts of stuff, including, scooping water out of the swamp, and never cleaned it.
Oh no. Are we losing him? Or are we losing me?
Nope, you guys are all locking up, so can you still hear me?
Uh-oh.
Yep, I figured it was. Second?
I was gonna say, video quality has also started to shit the bed on this end. On my end. And there goes Tom.
I'm doing fine.
If that helps.
Did we all disconnect or?
All right, so whichever chatter is hacking into our chat, if you could stop, that'd be great.
Hacker, no hacking!
Is that an influence roll or?
I think so.
Right.
That sounds like an influence.
Okay, so I am back in, and I can kind of see you guys moving. I can see myself moving. So
We see you, but very pixely, but we can hear you all right.
okay, you can hear me all right?
Mhm.
Oh yeah, you're right. That is pretty.
That's really bad.
Can't figure out.
Got about 6 pixels for your face.
Yep. Things just to make sure nothing on my end could be causing the.
Is it all of us being lost or?
No.
No, I think there's something going on my end because I got randomly disconnected and earlier. So I'm gonna keep going as long as you guys can still hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay. So the okay, yes. So you're on the thing. You're all starting to feel hungry. Definitely starting to feel hungry. Realizing that you have no idea when you last ate. And you are currently fairly exposed on this dock. What are you gonna do?
Oh, look up and down the dock. It can't go on forever, so it's got to connect to the shore at some point in time.
Oh yeah, no, you guys can leave the dock. I just wanted to make sure. Because last
it
time
like-
Violet had sat down.
Oh no,
Yeah,
no,
no,
we're
Violet-
continuing on. We're gonna be her security detail to make sure
Looking
she
for
don't bump into
buildings.
nobody.
Some place to sit and eat.
Yeah, Violet's connected
Okay.
to her backpack and furiously in AR, just half paying attention to the world at large. I'm relying on them to leave me and not bump into anything.
Well, there is there is a crab shack like restaurant at the end of the dock. Wanted to grab an outside table.
I don't think they'd let us inside.
I
Oh,
checked
actually,
my
yeah,
no,
outfit
we
I'm
for
trying to go
money.
inside.
I checked my outfit
that?
for money.
Oh, cash.
Check
your
my
sin,
sin for money.
Your sin does have. Let's see. All of your sins have 113 new yen loaded.
That's an oddly specific amount.
Isn't that the number that not Disney uses, but Pixar uses all the time? 113.
No, I think
Yeah,
that one
it's-
has a 2 in it. Is it? Is it 113?
I don't know. I just rolled 2d100s and rolled 20, and that's what came up.
Mm,
So
conspiracy.
Oh yeah, according to Clockwork in
A113.
chat, it's A113, yeah.
oh, okay. Oh crap. Okay, so yeah, it's 14 because
We just made a credit.
we're not no copyright infringements. anything like that.
Could be a sponsor though.
Yeah, you've got every
That'd
one of
be
them
something.
has 114 voted, which is enough to get
And-
some food.
Can I access the menu from outside in AR?
Yes.
113
code
is
on the
not
table.
a lot. Is there? What's the cheap thing on the menu?
You'll be able to get some gumbo for 5 new yen.
I'm horribly
You go up to
scared.
10 new yen,
Price
it's
of
all you can
5
eat.
New yen gumbo. I mean, like, hey,
That's some sidewalk
not
gumbo.
bad. Some sidewalk gumbo. I'll go ahead and put in an order for 20. And I put in the table that's outside.
Okay. You
Just
gonna
like
do
clockwork
that?
soy boil. Gumbo, soy boil.
You're putting in,
Oh, they're right on the water. It's real gumbo.
are you putting in, yeah, it's whatever swims into the nets. You're putting in an order for 20
20
bowls of gumbo,
bowls of gumbo.
rather than just going for 4 bowls of all you can eat.
In to-go containers.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, the
Too busy checking my messages to stop him.
young girl comes out. And promptly you can literally see her nostrils flare a little bit, and then she spins around and walks back in.
I mean, she can
We
see
don't smell any.
what we got an elf, and 2 humans, and then a green wall of muscle.
Then a minute later, another guy comes out. Oh, you're not him. Okay, sorry. Take an identity. You're your gumbo.
Yeah.
He, account gets dinged.
There he is.
Okay, so it wasn't just me who was having trouble. He was having trouble too.
It looked like it.
Seems like.
It's okay. I'll be back in a second. Who's this person talking to right now?
He came out to
The
tank.
table.
Oh,
The
okay.
table. I mean, in general, the table. He comes out with a tray, but he first looked at Tank and went, "Oh, you're not him."
Casual
Remember-
bit of meta racism.
Just kind of nod. Those gumbos come with hush puppies.
You know what? For this many, I'll bring you a couple of hush puppies.
Both go. That way we can eat and walk at the same time while we look for. When I pull the little notepad up, bring the name up.
Renee. I immediately forgot the last name. Thompson?
It's like the small animal that runs around. That's all I can remember.
Your name,
A muskrat. Oh, sorry.
Martin, that was it.
Martin. Muskrat was close.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Oh, you going to Chimachi?
Yeah. Yeah, we just got off our ride. Right, guys?
Yeah,
and
no,
girls.
Offer got dragged behind. You know what?
Yes.
we went for
There's
a
a-
late swim.
All right, since you bought so much, there's a hose there. Feel free to use it.
Oh, thank
to go
goodness!
figure.
And Buck is already over there. He's trying to spiff himself back up.
Violet's seated at the table. She's got one of the to-go containers open and is eating with one hand and...
Okay, so you get to Violet. You are attempting to get into your personal information without your comlink or personal SIN.
Yeah, I assume so, and correct me if this isn't possible, but I assume she would have basically a digital or wireless inbox, basically, that is like I mean, nowadays you can have a digital phone number that doesn't actually have a physical phone set up, so where if she's like out of commission, I was almost at AOL for some reason. If she's out of commission or AWOL, that's what I meant. AWOL is what I meant, not AOL. For that, she'll always check, and that way, well, there's only a handful of people that probably have that information, and TJ is one of them.
Okay. You are, you're able to get into, you're able to get into it. You have to go through, I assume you've got some serious security onto it, so you have to remember a lot of stuff. Give me a memory roll. Remember, you're still at -2.
Okie dokie.
Like somebody who, has to remember their actual path.
3 successes.
Pass loads it. 3 successes? Okay.
Yep.
You're able to get yourself into it. You've got a lot of panicked phone calls. Where are you? What's going on? Taking care of things, but really need, And then it gets kind of sad. The first couple. Then it gets kind of sad, like, oh, okay. You're not guessing something happened. I put out feelers, but there's no information coming back. According to everything went fine on the job, so maybe, I don't know, maybe you guys did something silly like going through Denver. Don't like it, but I hope it was quick. You get a couple drunken ones.
Yeah.
Gross. Missing you and that type of stuff. It's so bad that he popped off. He Raptor couldn't handle it. It was so sappy and.
She's not playing these for nobody else can hear these. These are straight my earbuds.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, no, it's the whole. It okay. Yep. But yeah, it's popped up to yeah, you're just completely they get worse. They slow down. It's like at this point, there's the occasional hey thinking of you, and then drunken rants. But basically you went through the entire stages. You have messages to take somebody through the entire stages of grief.
In only a month, damn.
Well, not the full stages yet, but definitely working his way through it.
Haven't quite reached acceptance.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Alcohol can sometimes accelerate the stages of grief. It can temporarily accelerate the stages of grief.
Right. So she got.
I would call that healing.
Oh wait, I can send a message using the deck.
Yeah.
basically send TJ their I imagine they have a prearranged greeting or message or whatever for "I'm still alive, this is a new number, it's actually me." And
Okay.
just and just include an "still alive." Uh
That probably makes sense. So tell you what, folks, we're having a little trouble with cameras. We lost somebody. We're gonna take our next 5-minute break early. We'll be back though and get the cameras fixed.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Hey, thanks. Sorry about that. We have defeated the technomancers who were manipulating us.
It
And
was a valiant battle.
I think Raptor just pushed the wrong button. Like that's
At least you're keeping true to character.
right.
yes, yep.
15 tabs open
and,
and one
yeah,
of them is playing music.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you both for putting that positive image of guys over 50 not being able to handle technology. It helps.
Well, I mean, you guys are part
We
of
say
the
when we have a
Gen
new
Xers.
Matrix.
You aren't one of the Xennials like myself who were born into the tech age just as it was coming to. I mean,
I don't even know where the fuck I am on that.
I've always had a computer in my house. My dad was a technophile. So like born and raised. Trash it.
Let's not talk about generations while I'm in the stream, please.
Oh right, you're a zoomer.
I am the oldest Z.
Okay.
Let's get back to Shadowrun.
I'm one of the older X's. But back to Shadowrun. Okay, so
Yeah, sending TJ and I'm still alive text. With a photo of my current state.
Okay, you immediately get a call.
Yeah, I could have seen that coming. I'll pick up.
Uh-oh. I say out loud, looks like her position's been given away.
Where are you? Are you okay? She's fine. Okay? Oh, you're worried. She's fine, but and so worried. But what do you need? What do you need me to do? Other than send you
First,
your shampoo.
Calm down.
I'm calm. By the way, yeah, just delete anything after the first day. Did you?
It's too late.
Watch all of them.
I'm in Louisiana presently. I don't know how I got here. I don't know why I'm here. I don't have my gear. We're working on it. I just wanted to touch base and let you know I am alive. And I will be back as soon as I can.
Okay.
I am unharmed, relatively speaking.
Okay. You're gonna message me and know if you need something, right?
Of course.
Make sure.
You didn't forgo the safeties when you made this call, did you?
Of course I didn't.
Okay.
But I just wanted to hear your voice. Glad you're okay.
Yeah. Me too. I'll touch base later.
Okay. Good luck.
She's fine. No flare-ups.
Could lie to you and say there was no flare-ups, but everything's been handled.
Okay.
She's
All right.
It's about normal. Little bit worse because you're not around. But I'm not gonna lie to you and say, yeah, everything's going great. But it's going. She's okay.
Okay. All right. Good. Yeah. I'll talk to you later.
You hear him say something. You hear him out to stutter and say something, but then stops himself. Hang up.
Man, wouldn't it be terrible if you had the ability to record those conversations, then use some algorithms to take out the stuttering, to reformulate that word and phrase so that you get a better idea what he was trying not to say, since you could probably see his mouth, and download some sort of program that then does some lip reading and bam, formulate what he was about to say. Like,
Or having
lost
seen
my keys.
any rom-com
she-
ever.
Or she could just roll, intuition, logic, and not glitch. Yeah.
Yeah, anybody, so just for people might have heard, they actually probably did hear like Violet's side of the conversation. The rest of that was no. The rest of that's just me.
Tank will openly say, you might want to look into one of those subvocal microphones so that awkward one-sided conversation doesn't happen anymore. It's so early 21st century.
Is that TJ again?
Yeah. He's
Okay.
he
Whenever you
taking
want me
care
to
of something
talk
from
to
well
him,
away.
I'll talk to him. I mean, if you need him gone, you just let me know.
No.
I never
he
really liked
takes
him
care of things
anyway.
for me.
I'm slowly eating hush puppies and watching this whole thing unfurl.
All
And
right.
drinking gumbo. Drinking it.
Buck has completely turned his back on the group, hearing some of this conversation go down, and is he's still got the hose like perched up back in his shirt.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's like, you put it and wash it down your shirt, and then you just see the stuff that dumps out. The bottom. Yeah,
Do we
So-
have enough new yen to get a coffin motel or something with a shower before we go see Renee?
Yeah, that's a good question. 100 a pop? Yeah, sure. I mean, why not, right? We should be able to afford something. If not, don't we have somebody who's like a B&E expert that we can just get into a hotel?
I can go
Like,
ahead and break us into
And
a
then
hotel.
maybe
That's not a
somebody
problem.
who can fake us some registration. I mean,
I just figured, we were keeping a low profile and trying to keep the crimes to a minimum until we figure out who's after us or what people wanted. But I mean, like, if you want me to break in,
yeah, I mean, I just think we could easily save some cash, break in. But I mean, if we wanted, like, we don't know what just happened. And so, like, trying to find these people, like, they would be after us by now. How would they come back after us? There's a lot of questions. So, I mean, I don't know. Should we stay low profile? What do you guys think? I
Yes,
vote
we should stay low
set
profile.
fire to everything as we go along.
We don't know who might be after us. Apparently, during the month, we were still active and actively doing what we
jobs.
do.
I'm sure our Johnson is going to be pretty upset when we don't check in.
This isn't Lay's. There wouldn't have been time to dose us. It doesn't last a...
Wait, You think we were dosed?
Well, don't you remember at the diner, right?
Sorry, that's a red problem because I was having connection issues. I didn't hear half of what happened at the diner.
Kind of starting, what she's describing is kind of, as she's talking about it, is starting to come back to the rest of you.
That Slitch at the diner, Donna, or Deborah, whatever her name was. Dosed us with something.
Yeah, you guys do remember just this. It was kind of interesting because you had your food. It was good. Somebody recommended the place to you, and it was, great food. As you were basically heading out, all of a sudden, Matrix went out, jammed, and then you saw this poof of white in front of you. Buck, it took you and Tara a little bit longer to go down, but because of your trachea filter. But you also remember getting dosed multiple times, and everything just kind of fuzzed out.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm pretty sure that I have these numbers memorized rather than trying to find them in contacts because I just got fed up with it. So I'm gonna bring up and call Sammy, my drug dealer friend in Seattle.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'm looking at my knowledge skill drugs.
In the meantime of that, I
She's mentally going through a list of drugs that cause memory loss.
I would like to do a memory test during all of this, just to see if there's anything specifically that I can recall, people's faces, anyone who I may have known before.
Okay. All right. So so we'll deal with the contact.
I'll hold on
first. If you and Ava want to roll, both roll memory. That's what you'll need to check your knowledge. But you're calling Sammy.
Nope.
Okay. To be honest with you, give me an edge roll.
An
Your
edge roll?
edge stat. Yep, because this is just because he doesn't know it's you.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But he doesn't know it's you.
Looks like 2 hits.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Hey.
The green is purple.
Sammy, it's Raptor.
It's not Sammy's voice. Sounds female.
Who the heck is this?
Who are you? Name up unknown.
Is Sammy
Weird
there?
name unknown. Your first name
Close enough. Is Sammy there?
Sammy's here. I'm answering this phone for him.
Telling Raptor's on the phone.
Sammy, Reptar's on the phone for you. I don't know. I didn't know you knew that guy from that. I love that cartoon. I mean, I know it's old, but you just gotta you gotta love.
Please tell me this is
you
on
gotta love
speakerphone.
those guys. I was trying to be nice. And you hear the sound of a calmly being yanked away. Hey, you got Sammy. What's up? Who are
Hey,
you?
Sammy. Who the heck was that?
What's your loyalty with this guy?
Sammy is a 3-3.
3? Okay. After?
Yeah, that's what I
you
told her
were
to
dead.
tell you. You thought I was dead. No, I ain't that old, brother.
No. No. You went. No, you,
Went dark for a month, I know.
yeah. And,
That's why I'm calling you. Seems somebody slipped me a little something something. And I woke up a month later.
they have you in storage someplace?
No, seems like we were up and about doing things, but I don't remember nothing. Absolutely nothing. Some sort of white cloud of smoke in our face. That's the last thing I know. You know what that is? We're in Louisiana.
Oh.
Like we were in Florida, and now a month later we're in Louisiana being fished out of the ocean or Gulf or whatever the hell it is.
Oh. Yeah. You, kind of foul. Okay. Who'd you piss off?
I have no idea. We were doing our job. We did our job. And then I'm assuming we got paid for the job. I'm assuming everything went right. Now, obviously, somebody decided to do something to us. But I don't know if our Johnson double crossed us. I don't know. Like we're piecing things together. But first things first, I figured if we were dosed with something, you might be the guy to know. Not who dosed us, obviously. I trust you more than that. But you might be able to tell me what we got dosed with.
Louisiana. Actually, you were in the Caribbean before that, so that's just as dangerous. White dust.
Yeah.
Something called zombie dust.
You're messing with me,
You
right?
got turned into a zombie.
No. You're messing with me, right? Like zombies. Like actual zombies. Well, I mean, I guess.
You're in Louisiana. I mean, come on, it's the voodoo capital of the world. Well, not the voodoo capital. Well, it's in discussion. The Red College gets nuts about it. I stay away from that crap. But yeah, it sounds like you got it's the only thing that makes sense, especially consider where you are.
All right, man. I appreciate you. As soon as I get back to Seattle, I'll come see you. I will make sure that you are taken care of.
Nope, no, but you got to take care of you. Get with somebody. Get with a white. Get with somebody who practices the white side of voodoo.
White side of voodoo.
Yeah, the healing parts of it. The community. Being good for everyone. It's like anything. There's a dark and there's a white side to things.
Gotcha. No, that's good news. All right. I'll talk at you later. And thank you. I appreciate it.
Come.
I'll hang up. According to Sammy, we were voodoo. Or zombies or some shit. Some stuff like that.
That's terrible.
just to get those two caught up. Buck, you really don't remember anything significant other than the. I mean, like I said, it was the waitress who had cleaned everything fine and just kind of turned on you. Violet,
Yeah.
it's it especially kind of clicks. You have heard of it. You probably haven't gotten much into awakened sides of drugs because you can't really mix it without proper rituals and everything like that.
Mhm.
And I think it possibly is something that Tara's character has talked about getting into, but you guys wouldn't have gotten that far yet. And it does make kind of sense. But it's the type of thing that's actually pretty illegal and expensive to get a hold of. Not supposed to last for a month. Talking hours normal.
We were repetitively dosed. I have knowledge arcana. Does that help with anything? Can we butt heads and figure stuff out?
Yeah, I mean, you get a feel. Yeah, I mean, you would have. Somebody would have it. From talking it out, basically the stuff prepares you for possession. It's just instead of somebody going through the full ritual, it's a shortcut that forces you to be ready for it instantly.
Okay. Are there any signs of possession that I could know about with my limited knowledge of magic?
Give me a memory roll.
Memory. So far, I've done really bragging crappy on my dice rolls tonight, so let's see if we can get this one really bad. Okay, here goes. Modifier is -2. A 52, just 2.
Just 2. And you can use edge now.
Oh, it can use edge? I'm fine. 3 hits is really good. Considering I had an 8 dice pool.
Mm-hmm. Being from up in Seattle, it's kind of it's not exactly a normal thing to hear about voodoo.
But possession. What about possession?
Possession. There is. You can. If you can, you sense.
Oh yeah. I can see into the astral. I can even touch things in the astral. Can't. I can punch them too.
You can try and sense somebody and see.
All right. So, as the conversation between Red and his contact is mostly one-sided, or did Red not?
No. He was on speakerphone talking into the phone like this, like he was.
Okay. So as that's going on, I'm drinking gumbo. I've gone over. I've stolen a thing of soap from the bathroom. I've taken my shirt off. I'm starting to wash up outside as well, and so like I'm washing and sudsing, shoving food in my mouth, and as the conversation moves forward, talking about this zombification, and my brain starts clicking through, going back to when I was actually in college studying the Arcana because I wanted to be a mage, work for a corporation, and I wanted to do the whole wage slave thing, and like gears turn for a moment or two, and it, like his mouth just stops chewing, and the food just like hangs there. And he's like, oh. And now he's looking at all his people who's around him and starting to ask questions mentally. Like, is this how my friends act? Are these people really my friends? You know? And so like a heightened paranoia just starts like kicking in because of like his damaged brain. And so his mouth is hanging wide open, his skin goes flush, and then carefully he'll peer into the astral to kind of look around and see what he can see. He's kind of terrified at this point in time because a lot of times who's up here isn't always who's up here for him himself. So the thought that the people he's with aren't the people who's with is not fun.
Okay.
Doesn't that taste like soap?
Yeah, I'm actually eating soap and hush puppies at the same time. I'm just not coordinated, but yes.
You gotta get all the food groups. I get it.
It's on the pyramid somewhere.
Because I don't actually project, it's just a perception roll.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead and give me perception, and then it would be an astral roll. Yeah.
At a -2.
Actually, you can drop the -2 now that you guys have all had a chance to eat something.
Okay. I'll do that again, but without a -2. Went up to
And
4.
rest,
That's
and
Nice.
they're leaving you alone out there because of well, you emptied the gumbo.
right.
You emptied the gumbo thing, which was good because they were gonna have to throw it out soon.
Well, I'm glad I could assist.
Okay. You definitely got to look. Give me an astral roll to interpret it.
Do the thing. No -2?
Or -2. You guys have had a chance to eat. Okay. Well, there's no active possession going on right now. And I will definitely.
Is anyone's aura different than what I would expect? I mean,
Yes.
I know who's got cyberware. I know who's got tailored biological whatevers, and so I've seen their auras before in the past.
I barely have an aura.
Is there anything extra lingering around? Other entities, possession creatures, unwanted spirits,
Mind goblins.
mind goblins. Those things are freaking scary, mind goblins. A little German mind goblin.
You expertly defused that.
Okay,
Max.
let me ask you this question: are you satisfied with that roll?
With the astral, no, not really.
You can spend 2 edge to add one of your die, which would take 4 up to a 5.
I would like.
Or you
to
could
do
spend
that.
4 edge and re-roll.
I don't have 4 edge. I was just gonna do that. I am.
Okay. So yeah, you bump that to 1, so you get 3 hits. Yeah, there is a lingering. It's fading, but there is a lingering presence. On the subject. Not really enough for you to.
Subject. Who's my subject? Who am I staring at?
Oh.
I'm gonna roll a d6, and that'll determine who I'm staring at. Let's see.
Well, if you were wanting to see an aura that didn't have any blemishes whatsoever, I have 0 cyberware, 0 bioware, nothing. Essence 6.
Since he's the one that talked first, we'll just say you were looking at Raptor. And yep, you don't see anything. You don't. Yeah, there is definitely something that is fading.
Can I interact with it?
Not really.
Like physically move over and start trying to interact with whatever the remnants is.
Yeah.
Remember, I don't project, so my body physically walks over and starts trying to interact with whatever this stuff is. Of course, I don't know when adepts actually perceive for you. Do my eyes glow? Does my ears wiggle?
Your eyes generally don't glow, but you get you have to get intense in your gaze. So you have to get, uncomfortably intense in your
No.
gaze.
So here is
Okay.
a 6'3", half naked, soap covered,
Now, you're a
hush
tractor
puppy,
tank,
mouth
but
full,
come on, man.
staring really hard at shit that's over, stuff that's over your head.
Are we okay, buddy?
I come back out and I go, the stuff is still kind of there, so it's wearing off, but it was you can see it was there. And none of us are possessed by goblins.
I was possessed by a goblin.
No, you were not possessed by a goblin. Goblin is a variant of dwarf, I believe.
You're right.
Okay. Can we go find this white voodoo lady? Like, I would really like to know where my actual stuff is. I'm hoping this isn't my actual stuff.
Well,
Well, this is definitely not my stuff.
at this time, Buck is still finishing up rinsing out the rest of his hair. He turns around and he goes, "Hang on, wasn't there 5 of us?"
Yes, Roven is missing. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they were likely driving the boat that we arrived on.
I mean, they're still possessed
as they
by the
are a
goblin.
rigger.
I don't know if it's a goblin, but
All right, so we need to take care of this. Let's go find this white voodoo lady. Renee is her name. Is that correct?
Renee Martin, yes.
Renee Muskrat.
She might be able to help us find Roven.
All right. I think that's our next stop. Can you put up like maps or whatever it is?
You've got an address for the place, Chitamachi Ritual Supply.
All right, so we need to call like
Type that into Google Maps. But yeah, I'm going to rinse off first.
Okay.
Don't worry, the water's finally gotten warm. You're good.
Oh no, this was outside.
You call this warm?
Yeah, you can clean the crap. You got the warm water because you walked over there first. Oh. Because it was what was in. It was what was sitting there.
Well, it was warm whenever I left. I don't know. You must have done something. Anyway, go ahead and finish up. There's still a little bit of soap there on the fence over there from Tank. So have a good rinse off.
I'm just going to rinse with water, thank you. That will ruin my hair.
All right, more power to you. Well, I guess
Apparently,
Raptor's
I
just
kept
gonna
up the color while we were possessed.
you got your roots did. I figured that Raptor's probably just gonna stay as is.
It is what it is, man. Like, dirt's dirt.
Dirt's dirt up until you got some sea salt in some places you don't want sea salt in.
You guys were able to get cleaned up, and you called Johnny Cab. Okay.
Oh shoot! Do we have enough money for a Johnny Cab?
Oh. We got, what was it, 13?
114 each. Except for Tank, who bought food.
So slightly less. It was on. It was sidewalk.
No,
gumbo.
he bought 20
He bought
servings at 5 new yen apiece. That's 100 new yen. He has 14 new yen remaining.
That's pretty good for 20 servings of sidewalk gumbo.
I'll take care of the Johnny Cab. I got that.
Keep calling it sidewalk gumbo. It is. It is whatever was trapped in the water filter. Gumbo. Be specific.
Yeah, but we're eating it on the sidewalk.
All right. Yep. Automated cab pulls up. Just to be sure, Tank, you're not continually astral ascensing, are you?
No. He would have slid back out of it.
Okay.
And if he doesn't feel threatened, he's not going to do it necessarily. Like,
Okay.
I don't see the value in like popping in and out all the time, because that'd be terrible. But Tank's just like, and it's just like, Tank, are you okay? I gotta go potty. No, it's just so.
I could see your goblins.
Stop staring at my inner innards.
Okay. So yep, you get into the cab. It's completely automated. It drives you to leave. It is. Let's see. Pull up the map. Yeah, it is on Elysian Fields Avenue, where it drops you outside of
I really need conditioner.
and you can see it looks like it looks just like a tourist would believe a voodoo shop should look. From the outside. So completely legit to you guys. Walking through the door.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
all feel eyes immediately upon you. There is a 172 centimeter tall troll walking out of the back room wearing all the traditional voodoo trappings.
172 centimeters.
Yes.
Tiny, sweet-looking guy.
Gives you a hard look.
I'm smiling at him.
Her,
It's-
I believe.
Oh, it's him.
Oh, him?
The male
I
troll.
thought this was
Yep.
okay. Never mind.
The male troll. He gives that it's a variety of that same look that Tank was giving earlier, but it's a little bit more it's more
Subtle?
serious and and it's more serious and controlled. I think you all should head into the back. This is where I think that's where you need to talk.
Sounds good to me.
No
I
questions.
assume-
Follow. Yep.
Renee Martin is in the back. We were told to seek her out.
He gets a grin.
Oh,
The
that makes sense.
he gets the serious countenance on his face. suppose that's a good sign. If you're making jokes like that, or getting things wrong like that, you probably don't mean me ill. I'm Renee Martin. Yes. He will be in the back. In 2 steps, he'll be in the back.
Right.
I'll follow along.
Okay.
Mm.
That makes sense.
Because it's French. Renee, it's French.
Whereas the outside of the area side of the shop had all the soft ambient music, traditional drum beats, ethereal chants. You saw tarot decks, crystal balls, and other divination tools on a all the standard stuff you'd expect. You would think from a voodoo store. Once you get into the back room, though, the atmosphere shifts. You see, looks like a serious altar. In the center, the bookshelves are lined around the room. With lettering you can't read, worn leather-bound books, and look like ancient books in a variety of languages. As you come in, he walks up to that altar and gives a quick chant. And an offering to it. Everybody give me a perception roll.
Visual spec or just general?
Just general. This is as much about feel as anything else.
Fair enough.
Okay, is everybody satisfied with that roll? Oh, by the way, if you used Edge, between every scene it resets. So you're back up to full. You're back up to full Edge if you used any over the last while because we just shifted scenes. Okay.
What is it? Oh well, no. If we already have a 6-hitter.
Holy crap, Raptor.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Well, perception is for finding tripwires, cameras, stuff like that. So it's an important stat for a breaking and entering specialist.
Still 6 hits on 11 dices.
Yeah, that's above. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Both you and Tank because he's actually has a magic stat. Both definitely feel something changed.
Give Red the side eye.
That actually makes sense because Red also has like full essence. I'm barely a person.
Right.
I have 0.4 essence remaining.
It nothing overtly happens, but it's kind of just like the atmosphere of the room shifts. And he turns around. You can see him. You hear him set down a small knife. And then he turns around. So, what brings you to my shop?
I think you know.
We were
Right.
we were dosed with zombie dust a month ago and have only just come to our senses.
A month?
Yes.
At least
She'll
that's what
give
we
him the
think.
Held
exact
on.
date. She'd give him the exact date that we were dosed.
Something got a hold of you and held on.
We were possessed by goblins.
We don't know that for sure. We don't know anything about any goblins that he's talking about.
Goblins are generally reasonable people. Hobgoblins now, those that they can get ornery.
That's what I was talking about. I say, like blurred out. You know.
So, what we're looking for is clues on who might have done this to us. We were in the Caribbean, and then we were in Florida, and wake up being drug out of the Gulf here in Louisiana.
First off, who told you about me?
Whiplash. And a guy by the name of Shipwreck.
Oh, that would explain how you got
Fished out the water.
Yeah, he'd never let you drown. Good boy like that.
Seems like a good dude. Very professional. I like it.
For who did it? That's going to be a tall order.
I think the most important things right now are we're missing one of our companions and our things.
Ooh.
This is not our gear.
Buck will walk up and say, Renee, I fully understand that this is a tall order. We do have people that we're looking for. And as he goes up to wipe his nose, he sprays out his
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It normally
Or-
exudes, and you
just in general,
you've
yeah.
got
but
yourself.
It's so gross.
just for the sake of it.
Yeah.
I want to be your friend.
Exactly. But if you can tell us who or what type of person would be able to get a hold of this zombie dust, we would appreciate it dearly. And that's
List
just going
is
to be
too
influenced.
long.
You have
Well,
no
yeah,
idea
I mean-
who, what individual could have done that?
List be too long, son.
Violet. Do these have like location services? Like, could you
I
find
made sure they
out?
were turned off on yours.
No, I'm saying, could you look at the history of where these devices have been? It's like if you could
If they
find
were
out
left
like
on?
a geo hit or whatever, GPS or whatnot, where they've been, where they go back to often, and if we can give that to Renee, Renee can tell us who we're dealing with.
I'll check and see if any of our comm links have the location services turned on.
Give me an electronics roll. So you can say you rolled some.
6.
I mean, they
Ooh, and that gives me an
do.
edge.
Yep, they do. However, it was purged. It was purged as of this morning, but it is on right now.
Oh, I know I wasn't in my right mind.
Yep. And there is somebody in there is somebody in your comlink. The comlink you look at.
There's someone what?
There is someone in it. Another Decker.
It's not TJ, is it?
No.
Pulse? Yeah, I have 2 Deckers in my contacts list.
No, it's not somebody. It's not somebody you. No, they're kind of being blatantly. They're blatantly in the process of running a space icon.
Oh, let's squash that. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna let that happen. I'm actually, I'm just gonna turn it off.
You're just gonna turn it off. Okay.
Best way to prevent a trace icon, turn it off. And instruct the others to make sure theirs are off too.
What are you doing? I need that.
Not right now, you don't.
Why, what's up?
Someone's trying to trace us. Using your comlink.
Mm. Someone wants
why
their
don't we
zombies
let
back.
them? I mean, we're trying to figure out who's behind this. Why don't we let them?
I'm sure Renee would rather not have whomever will come looking for us at his shop.
Excellent thought.
All right, that's fair. Hand it over to her.
I do agree. Probably do want to find out. Once looks like you had a meal. Give yourself a little bit of time to get yourself fully back. Probably try and draw them out. But as to who did it, there are hundreds all throughout the Caribbean of people that use the zombie dust. Or that, to be honest, your best shot at tracking it down would be to actually, if you still had the zombie dust on you. But I'm pretty sure you're tripped through the swamp. Got rid of any signs.
If you filtered your list down by those with money, enough money to have a speedboat that is coated with rylithium polymers and as a decker is skilled enough to at least be able to trace our icon and wants a group of Shadowrunners to attack a shipping container
in the Red College.
That's the Red College.
The Red College.
There we go.
Oh, no, that's not too big an organization to
well, I mean,
We're better off ditching this gear once we find our stuff and getting back to Seattle and not getting tied up with the Red College.
Oh, I'm good with that. But we need to break our friend out. We need to get our gear and we can just move on. I'm totally good with that.
you have anything.
Would a tracheal filter hold any form, like, since it gets caught as it's going in? Because I know that everything got washed off as soon as we were floating along. I'm just trying to cover all my bases here.
You about to start hacking up like a hairball or something?
Yeah, might as well someone take like a cotton swab and get the filter or something. I don't know.
He first blows his nose, then he starts hacking.
I got it. I know I do.
Like when you're getting that phlegm off the back of your throat.
I mean, if they had to double dose me, odds are maybe, at least a half dose sitting back in there. Maybe. I don't know. I mean,
If
but
need
also,
be, I can just reach a finger back there and dig it out.
no, I think I'm good getting it out myself, actually. I think I'll be fine.
I wouldn't want Tank's fingers anywhere near my mouth.
Might get a little bit of hush puppy or soap in there. I should be good. I should be good.
And that'd be best case scenario.
Let's see.
I don't know if it works like that. I really don't. I just thought it was worth a shot.
Yeah, it's worth a shot. It's worth me looking up.
Well, here, if
honestly, yes. you had somebody, it absorbs the air. This organ can absorb airborne impurities for a month. If you just breathed it in, yes. Organ absorbs it and processes it, and then puts it into your body's waste disposal system.
Kidneys.
So if it's been something that you just gotten hit with, might be in there, but it would involve somebody taking essentially doing a biopsy of your tracheal filter.
But now that it's been a month, it's already been pushed through.
The first dose, yes. If they hit you with it recently, it could still be in there. But they literally would have to you'd have to get to a street doc who would do the stuff. I would give you that you would check in just as how long the stuff still in there to prove that you were in some specific location. Considering what we talked about your character.
Before any further information is released to the group, as I do not wish to have fingers or very sharp objects near my throat.
All I need is the right tools.
Buck is just going to attempt to find out a little bit more information on like the half-life of zombie dust.
Yeah.
Does he asked Renee? Have we already asked him about like the specifics of the stuff?
Yeah.
No.
No, you didn't ask him too much about the specifics. You were trying to focus on who could have done it. His answer is that there's way too many people to try and limit it, especially when you consider the entire Caribbean. You could have pirate crews that have access to that type of stuff.
Fair. And we ain't left the shop yet, right?
Nope.
Okay, then Buck, thinking about his throat not being torn open, goes, "Now, Renee, I just got to figure out a little bit more about this stuff. How long does it stick around in your system? How is it always people going out for a month, or are we an exception here?"
Whatever got you held on to you. Well, in a lot of cases, when it's this situation, the zombie doesn't live that long. Yeah, the inhabited body doesn't survive that long, depending on how they're going to get used. But generally, hit somebody with it, they're kind of prepared for 1 to 6 hours.
How the hell did something possess me? I barely have what do mages call it?
Yeah, your essence is low, but you still have. You're still you.
Maybe they just had to dose you more. If it kept Violet down for a month, I could only, no matter how powerful it is, I could only assume that at the very least they had to dose a couple of us multiple times.
Or they could. There's other ways of preparing you once you're. Also could have been a powerful spirit that just hung on. Enjoyed the ride.
All right. Well, given the unknown information, Buck is going to keep his tracheal filter to himself at this moment.
Big question, Renee. Just spitballing. Why would, say, the Red College go through this effort instead of just hiring a group to do what they need?
Right.
Because you're free. This way.
But not really, because they have to expend the whatever they need to do the summoning.
Yeah, no, it did cost, but if they've got someone with powerful magic, but not someone with the muscles, ability to sneak through, or the ability to talk his way through anything, and you don't have someone to pilot their boat, like you said.
Where would this red college be here in town? Or are they?
I mentioned them as an option. It's not it's an organization, and it's too big. Don't not go after them. It could be them, or it could be a pirate gang operating in the Caribbean. Since you were trying to take a boat, I lend myself more to that.
Well, I think we're back to letting them trace us.
If you want to catch them, probably. If you want to find your friend, I can help you with that.
You can help us find her.
I believe so. If you can all get in the circle here, I will draw what remains out and use it as a seeker that works for you.
All right, then.
If that is acceptable.
Yeah, Raptor will just get in the circle.
Okay.
Don't see
while-
much of a choice at this moment.
Neither do I.
And
Do you need all of us, or can you just do this on me?
there's very little remains. I think it should be all of you. You don't trust me, you don't trust me. That's fine.
Oh, I don't
Welcome to
trust
leave.
anybody. It's nothing personal. Like, you don't trust us.
I'm not taking offense.
All
I'm
right.
not taking offense. But I'm just saying it requires what's little is left.
I mean, what's the worst could happen? I could wake up a month from now.
Don't want to
I'll
feed you
wake
that
up
long.
dead.
Don't like disposing of dead bodies from my shop. Bad for business.
Fine, I will
Alright.
join the
Well,
circle.
pop it
I'm
on
down.
Okay.
Let's do it.
And we will probably we're gonna take our 10-minute break now. We'll be back to after I get a chance to research that section because I didn't plan on doing this today.
Well timed then. Before we go off on break, though, remember to throw a RIM PC in the chat if you are looking to win our giveaway, which I keep on getting bodywork and body shop mixed up for some
Body
reason. in my
shop.
head. Body shop. If you are looking to get a physical copy of Body Shop sent to you, go ahead and drop a RIM PC in the chat and you can get a chance to win. But other than that, we will be right back.
Good.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off. That way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
spells.
Well, she says spell like 92 times. Spell, 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 spell,
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
All right, everybody. Just remember, it is your last chance to go ahead and throw a RIM PC in the chat to win a copy of Shadowrun Body Shop. And do remember that a large portion of this season in general is focused around Body Shop. So this is going to be in our general rotation. Please, just, if you want a chance at it, throw it in. And the rest of us.
Okay. Probably need to come up with a better signal for that.
I just do the wave. It's worked so far.
Okay. As long as I know now it's the wave. Yes, folks, we're showing you a little bit about how the sausage is made. So, yeah. So Renee takes and works. While you're in there, he works at some point. At some point, a dog joins you. in the circle. You hear him talking to bring offerings to, and the old man of doorways. And it's not the Hollywood version of voodoo. It's there's food offered to them. It's a fairly depth ritual. Everybody give me I would say body plus willpower roll.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Oh,
That
it's
works, I can
fine.
tell.
0 hits anyways.
Yep. This actually takes a few hours. But the longer it goes in, you just feel something lifting from your bodies. Almost like a stain you didn't realize was still there. Except Tank. He knew it was there. But Arcole and Violet end up nodding off. Unless Tank or Raptor grab them and shake them back awake.
Oh yeah, I definitely wake him back up.
Okay. Yep. And then he just stops talking. This little dog in front of you is just standing there. All right. It is ready.
The dog? We follow the dog? Is that what I'm understanding?
Oh yes. I mean, I would personally see. I don't. I believe your friend is quite a distance away, so I would let the dog point you in the right direction and acquire a vehicle.
Hank is reaching out toward the pups. Puppy. Puppies.
It lets you pick him up. Pick them up. I haven't decided what.
So, are we talking like a terrier, or are we talking something larger, like a beagle?
Toy fox terrier.
Okay, so this is a tiny little thing to take.
Yes. Yep. No, it's a tiny little dog. It could definitely fit on Hank's shoulder. It fits on my shoulder. It used to. The one my daughter had used to fit on my shoulder comfortably. Or actually, it wasn't particularly comfortable, but during the run, the dog decided every once in a while that, okay, I'm done for a while.
Fantastic.
I had to give it a rest.
Tank is definitely aligned with the magic of this, and so I'm gonna pick up the little puppers and set down one of the gumbo containers and dig out some shrimp. Start feeding the dog. Even give it a hush puppy.
When we get our gear back, we will come back. We will make sure you're taken care of. As you can see, we were out of it for a while.
I can fully see. To be honest, I don't. You can pay me back by helping out someone home, helping out the downtrodden.
Oh, that's not a problem.
Do make a concerted effort to help out the downtrodden, and we'll call it good.
All right.
Internally,
Sounds good.
Violet's like, I think we count as downtrodden right now. That is an internal thought.
Yeah.
She just
I
kind of
wish
looks
you
at the
all-
other three.
Wish you all good luck on your journey.
All right, who got the Johnny Cab?
I will ask the shaman if the dog has a name. If this spirit, I refer to it as, does this spirit have a name?
I think it would enjoy being called Old Man.
And we'll give the old man lots of hush puppies.
To those that are still looking at me, gives Tank a quizzical look as he leaves. Okay, you guys going for a Johnny cab, or are you going to steal a vehicle?
As long as we got the money for the Johnny Cab, I think we should do that rather than stealing a vehicle at this point.
We don't
but I think
really
we
have
should
an
have it.
end.
Well, we just go as far as we can. I mean, both of y'all have still, you still have money, right? Like, I mean, I know prices today, they're just outrageous.
Okay.
I'm just saying, we don't have an end destination to input in the Johnny Cab because we're following a dog.
Fair.
We don't need the Johnny Cab to know where we're going. We just need a Johnny Cab here so that we can use it to take us someplace. But the dog tells us.
We can steal a van. I'm perfectly fine with that.
Is there once we get outside? Is there any particular direction that Old Man is facing, or trying to go? Okay, and it's just in a straight direction, just north, south, east, west.
It is from where you are. Is south, east, 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 south.
I mean, the simplest way to break in the car and everything like that would be to you copy the signal. Whatever token or signal their comlink sends to the car to get the doors to open, you just copy that. We'll flash it back to it. I'll disable the X guide, and then we'll go from there.
It is actually a engineering role. You can steal a car.
Why don't
it's
we?
If you want me to crack it open, yeah.
It's still, yeah, it basically handles it. It's kind of it's a way to handle it all in one shot.
Man, that's what I should have bought with my karma.
Oh, I've got plenty of engineering. I'm good to go on that for engineering and agility. That's kind of one of my things. So yeah, I'm good.
It will
for
aid in your engineering role.
All right. Yeah, we'll find a good, like, I want something with some room.
Can I suggest a car dealership?
Maybe a van or something like that.
I suggest we head to a car dealership.
Car dealerships have a lot of cameras.
Put a mask on, throw a rock, take a camera out.
I mean, I'm good at avoiding the cameras. That's not a problem. I'm just saying. Some people might not be as good as me.
Oh, I'm super stealthy. Tank can turn invisible.
Well, then I think we're golden then. It's not just closing your eyes, though, right? Like, you can't see me no more.
Promise you, it's not that.
All right.
I think I think I'll stay outside and keep watching Old Man.
Any cameras I see, I'm going to just hurtle a rock and smash them from a distance.
All right, that'll do.
Okay, I'm gonna need a couple athletics rolls.
Okay, there's 4, 5.
Oh, I didn't know if you needed me or not.
3.
It kind of depends on who's.
I'm not throwing rocks, that's for certain.
Wow, totally.
I'm gonna Violet stays back with don't know the name of your character. Buck.
Hank.
No, I'm staying back with Buck.
Okay. Yeah, so you smash your way onto the into the vehicle, into the lot. Give me a stealth roll just for.
I clicked on you, not me. So you hit the button too. Why did Buck hit stealth?
Wait,
I'll
what?
do stealth myself. There. Did I click on the wrong person? No.
Oh, I thought you were saying to roll stealth if you were staying out in the lot.
No, I meant as they're sneaking onto the lot to take a look at the.
All right, well, forget that, Buck. But
Yeah,
Buck is being unnecessarily stealthy.
While he's throwing rocks, yeah, my character's just going to be like stealth through the lot up to the car, and then I'll just wait for him at that point. Like,
I will stealthily throw rocks at cameras with 3 on my stealth and a 5 on my rock throwing.
oh no, you do you, man.
At some point, I accidentally throw one of the broken butt-dragged guns. Gosh darn it. Like, throw a rock, it hits a camera, it doesn't go out, so I pull one of the guns out, which are, crappy metal ones, and smash it that way.
What are you going for? Are you going for I
want something that's going to be like a minivan or something like that. Yeah, something that's going to look inconspicuous.
Okay.
If there's a Bulldog, like GMC van here, that is probably like going to be my go-to because those are going to look like delivery trucks. We can make it into whatever we need to just be very low key.
Okay. Then I would say, actually, Buck and Violet, give me a perception roll.
Does my visual spec apply here?
Visual spec does apply here.
Good. Ooh, 5.
Okay. I let you see a been around enough. You see a Doberman sentry drone making its way around the lot.
Is it patrolling or is it acting like it's seen something?
It's going faster than you would think it would be going for patrolling. It's going like, what a patrol drone would do once someone starts smashing cameras.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, guess this is a job for me. I hack the drone.
Okay.
And let's see, hacking. I gotta remember how that works. No delicacy here. We're going brute force. Don't have time to do it sneaky. So I think I'm just gonna go. Nah, I don't need admin. I can just go for user access. Let's see. That is. This is a hacking rule, yes?
Yep.
Ooh. Woof.
Woof.
I'm going to. I'm just gonna re-roll my failures. That was a really dice roll. There we go. How
There we
about?
go.
Does that add the 2? It does not. How about 9?
Okay. Being as I would have to have gotten, 9 out of 10. Okay. You have access to the drone. What are you telling it to do?
Let's see. What can I do with user access? Can I? Let's see.
And also,
Would I be able to? Go ahead.
Oh, Raptor, if you want to go ahead and do an extended engineering test.
Okay.
I aid with the.
You can aid with the initial one, yes. I'll let you.
3 extra dice.
3 extra dice. I'll roll those right now.
What were you saying, Ava?
Would I be able to control device and basically send it to the other side of the lot?
Yeah, you could give it a simple order like that, yes.
Okay.
I'm going to go
That's what I
ahead
do.
and, just because we need to get this expedited, I'm going to go ahead and spend 4 edge to reroll failures. Which I'm going to
well, it's an extended. Yeah, but it's with an extended.
Oh, you
test,
can't do that.
Right, yeah, with an extended test, no. So you down to the 3 didn't get you anything, but you got.
I got 3 to start off with normal threshold, but like the threshold's normally 3 for cracking the case open, but it's not the full kit and caboodle.
No, well, this is actually for stealing a ride. It's engineering plus logic. Oh, that's the problem. Okay.
It's logic, not agility on this one?
Yeah,
normally
logic.
it's agility.
Yep, and that's for cracking the case. This kind of this takes care of the whole thing. So it gets you past the anti-theft devices and everything like that.
Okay. Would lockpicking still apply to that? Because I'm gonna need to reroll because my logic is is less.
Lockpicking would not apply.
Would not apply.
And for those these rules are on page 139 of Double Clutch.
Okay. I went ahead and added the 3 dice in for this new roll, so that is the full roll then.
Okay. All right, so you got 7. Go ahead and take away 1 from your normal roll and roll it again.
Okay.
Well, I should have done that.
Yeah, keep going. And hits. Going.
You're going. It's 3.
13, keep going.
It's 4.
Okay, so it takes you. Oh no, 1 more.
1 more. So minus
You need 1 more hit.
And glitched on that one.
Okay.
And I can't spend anything to keep from glitching or anything, can I?
Yep. And that's pretty. Yep. I wasn't. Yeah. In fact, actually, you hadn't up till then. But okay. Yep. Nope. But that gets you in.
Okay.
And at this point, you hear a vehicle rapidly pulling up. Or you hear the sound of a vehicle coming down the road. Fuck, I'm just gonna hand wave it that you spot it. Yeah, you there seems to be a security response coming.
Okay, then it's time to get.
And I think this is a perfect spot to end for this week.
Okay.
I can figure out the specs on the ride you just stole, because that had some pretty hefty anti-theft on it.
Yeah, it seemed like it. It seemed like it was a lot.
Well, it's engineering plus logic, with the threshold being pilot plus anti-theft rating times 3. So I made you to go to 15.
Yeah, that's.
Kept trying to offer you a hammer and one of my rocks. And just smash the window.
Yes,
Smash the window.
The trick is at what that does, though, and that's why logic is involved, is it gets you into the vehicle and actually takes care of all the integrated anti-theft stuff.
I'll be definitely spending some karma on logic then, because I spent it all in agility and stuff like that for like doing normal breaking and entering, because usually it's engineering and agility. That's pretty cool though, man. That's pretty cool.
Well, it's one of the things about 6E that I like, is that it bounces around the stats a lot more depending on what you want to do.
Absolutely.
So it makes sense, and to be honest with you, engineering is
pretty powerful.
It covers OP is probably a fair assessment to it, because it covers shooting mounted weapons, lockpicking,
demolitions,
demolitions, breaking into things. So it covers a wide variety of stuff.
A lot of stuff.
I got a chance to introduce myself at the beginning. I figure at the end, I'll give you guys all a chance to introduce yourselves and let you tell about anything else that's happening that you can be seen in. In my particular case, actually, there is one thing I didn't mention earlier. I do a lot of my streaming over on a channel called Shadows of Nox. We generally have a fun Monday night game that is taking a break right at this moment. Thinking about getting that going again. But on Sunday nights, we've got a very fun blue game in which we are trying to keep our GM from killing us, driving us insane, or driving us insane so we die. I'm in with if Clockwork Tube is still out there. He and I are in that. So why don't I start alphabetically? Your name and hit Ava first.
All right, I am Ava Rogers. I can be found in that Monday night stream Tom was talking about on Shadows of Nox, once we get back to it. And that's all I'm doing live at the moment, but you can also hear my voice in the currently releasing season of the Arcology podcast, which is a Shadowrun actual play. Let's see, that season I was playing Amelia, a street samurai built around the monofilament whip because they're fun. In this game, I probably should have started with this game. I'm playing Violet, a perpetually tired and fairly even-keeled Decker. It takes a lot to get her angry, but when she is, heaven help you. That's all I've got.
We're still going alphabetically.
Yes.
Oh, what
Alphabetically, by
comes
Discord,
first?
it's you
R
next,
or
Tyler.
M?
Max.
TUV.
Max is next.
Excuse me.
Yeah, because I was just going by the Discord because your Discord handle is.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Then go.
It's fine.
Oh.
I'll go last,
Oh, you go.
and I can do the
Oh, you
giveaway
go.
after that.
There you go.
That's right.
That works.
I'll go. One of you.
Hi, I'm Max from Original Box Set. I did the game mastering for Gen Con TV last year, and now I'm one of the players. Woo! Over at Original Box Set, which is another Twitch channel, we kind of stream every once in a while, pretty casual. But Rough Magic is where I do a lot of my other work. So if you're looking for a game master to run a game online, or you're in the Chicago area, or down here in Jacksonville, we do at table sessions where you can sign up and get someone to run the game for you. So if you are a forever GM and you want to finally be a player, look us up. Rough Magic. I'm currently playing Tank, and Tank is just basically a meat character. He's got a plethora of skills because let's just be honest, in the Shadowrun game, you got to put a point in almost everything. And he's lived a pretty rough life, and so he's taken one too many punches to the head, and so he's not all upstairs very much. But I hope to portray some character growth where those connections heal over time, and the true person who Tank is has an opportunity to come out and shine. So we'll see how much fun that'll be, and that's me in a nutshell. Up next would be Red.
Yeah. I'm Red. I am playing Raptor, and I don't have much to say about myself generally because I go to school most of the time, man. Like, I'm just doing a lot of schoolwork lately. A while back, I did like some Hunters Entertainment, Kids in Space stuff, and if you ever want to play in one of my games, I run at Gen Con for a lot of different companies. I rotate around a lot, so I love running. That's what I do. I was very pleased to finally get to play, and I thank you so much to our GM, who is doing a wonderful job. And that's pretty much it for me.
That gave me just enough time. Thank you.
Good. Sorry.
My name is Tyler, and as lovingly mistakenly named Arcole in this, I was also in season 2. Yeah, no, I saw your face as soon as it happened.
I wondered who Arcole was.
Yeah, he was my Van Decker that I was telling you about whenever you were like, yeah, no, I wanted a Decker that could do something, and I said, yeah, I wanted one that couldn't. Couldn't run without running out of breath.
You shot a gun and missed so bad that you shot one of the other players in the neck.
Which she's also in this season.
It was.
But coming back for Cast season 3. Still doing all the good techiness, and this season I'm playing Buck, and absolute opposite of our Cole in the sense of, at the very least, Buck is supposed to be good at talking to people, whereas our Cole absolutely is he's uncouth, he can't run, everything like that, but he is your typical business. He's your typical business casual washout, effectively. He is trying to look put together, but it is disheveled and with a nice little, nice little bit of charm to him. But
you got a thing for you to do, or a giveaway?
Yes, I do. If that is the end of everyone's, then I have Lexi Conjurer, which I do not believe is currently in chat, but you have won the giveaway. Regardless, we will be reaching out to you. And oh, never mind. Maybe you are? I don't know. But you have won the physical copy of. Goodness gracious, my mind is blanking. Body Shop. I keep okay.
Body Shop.
It's for
body yaddy yaddy yaddy. You're going to be getting
you want
that.
a body shot.
Yeah, it's the augmentation and drug.
I need
book,
me a body shot.
That's right.
Anyways, we'll be reaching out to you. So please leave your whispers open if you're seeing this at all. And that's it for me.
All right. Thank you all for
Congrats.
playing. This was a lot of fun. First session of Story 0 is off next week. It's going to be the search for Lexi. Search for. Oh, why did I think? Okay, now I know it.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. Thank you for making me not feel alone.
Search
The
for
search-
Robin.
The search for Robin.
Robin?
Robin. Search for Robin, and probably come up with some kind of alliteration before then. All right.
Oh.
Run the,
Sorry,
Take us
no,
out.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, no,
Night.
we have to leave this in the
I was
past. It's the
about to
last
do it
time I
again.
can do it. So I have to hang on, and we have to find a new gimmick.